Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the number one most valuable real estate community in existence. Here at REI Rev, we are putting people on, creating opportunities, and masterminding together. For the next 30 minutes, this is your opportunity to be in proximity with the other professionals that are here. Definitely take this opportunity to type in the side chat. Let everybody know where you are and what you do. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We got 17 people joining us in the first minute. Good morning, Mike, Gordon, Henry, Aham, Champ, Robert, Reem, Andy, Ruskin. Good morning, good morning. We got Mr. Dan Fazio. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, make sure to update your name in the community to use your real name. We want to make sure that we're doing business with real people, and it will just get you a lot more attention. Anytime that you reach out to somebody and they see that you have a profile with a nickname that is not a real name, people pay less attention to it. They don't take it as seriously. I have been telling everybody, just about the real side of the journey. And I think that's one thing that people can really appreciate about REI Rev is, I don't try to glorify any of this, and we really just try to give it to you as it is. One of the deals that I had that came through on the PPC campaign, I got a counter offer from the seller to essentially just take $1,000 and remove myself from the deal. And that's probably going to take care of the cost of marketing that I've spent already on it. So we will see. I'm going to take that because I don't think that I'll be able to move that deal fast enough for them. And they have another offer from somebody who wants to buy it immediately. And, it's not necessarily a win in terms of me closing the deal, but it is a win, I think, for the seller to be able to get an offer from somebody that should follow through. And at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we've got the seller's best interest in mind. They're asking, so the seller is paying you? Yeah, the seller will give me $1,000 for the marketing that I've spent. I spent time and money marketing the property, which is crazy. They don't have to do that at all. Very considerate offer for sure. Good morning, Dan.
What's up? What's up?
Robert asked, where is a good place to find equity partners for potential flips? Dan has the best answer right here in REI Rev. The people that are in this audience, even right now, they're not just beginning in their journey for wholesaling. A lot of people in here are already established professionals.
We got a few people with cash in here. I got a few.
Yep. I'd love to bring some people up, man. Let's chop it up. Let's use this time to talk about what's going on in your business. We got 30 minutes every day. Take advantage of this time.
Getting ready to head to the gym here soon. Gotta come back and get ready, and then head to the airport.
Let's go.
A 3-hour flight coming up. 2.5, I guess. 2.5, I think it is.
It'll be a 5-hour journey for sure.
Yeah, I gotta go to I gotta go to the airport. I gotta get to the airport at 3. My flight boards at 3:30. I got priority access through TSA, so we don't have to get there an hour ahead of time or anything.
Gotcha.
Got to pay for
Well,
that. Got to pay for that. Got clear.
have a safe trip out to Philly. You're going for the event. Dan's gonna make it to that event.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Then I gotta get myself together and get myself back on Thursday night or Thursday morning. Early Thursday morning. Be flying back. Drew's coming back with me. Same flight. So, and getting the crowd ready for Saturday for the Miami meetup.
Fantastic.
There's Mr. Riley.
Mr. Matt Riley is in the audience. Mr.
Aiden,
Matt
you never
Riley.
emailed me back, man. What happened?
I want to talk to Mr. Matt Riley because I got a lead that came through today.
Get him up here.
Good morning, Matt.
It was the first time where I joined a stage and I actually unmuted myself before I started talking. The first time. 100 times before, I've literally talked for 30 seconds prior and you guys have had to say something. That's the first time I actually unmuted myself.
How you doing today?
What's up, fellas?
Man, I got
A rainy day here in Tennessee.
a rainy day in Tennessee. Never that. There's got to be some sunshine around the corner. What?
A new puppy.
Wow. Kiddo's getting big.
Well,
Eating good.
anybody wants a puppy, you can have this one. You can have that one. What's up with this lead?
I'm waiting to hear back from them with the mortgage statement, but it looks like it could be good off of what PropStream was saying. It was saying it was a lower rate. It was like a 2.7% interest rate estimated. So maybe
Always
there's
a
something to do
always a
there.
good day when you're getting a mortgage statement, right?
Yeah, gotta keep the ball rolling, man. I'm still spending on marketing and just following up with leads, but I have yet to close anything off of the campaign. But I've got a lot of promising leads, but have yet to close some stuff. But once they hit, I know they're gonna be nice deals.
Yeah, I mean I talked to our service provider yesterday because it looks like Carter and I will be closing on our first lead from Google PPC,
Yeah,
hopefully this week. Um, and so I asked them about increasing the budget, and because they offer Facebook as well, so they do Google PPC and Facebook. And so I asked them about adding more money, and I said, would it be, can you guys run the data on your side from what you've seen so far from the campaigns? Would it be more beneficial for me to add this money to the campaign? And if so, what do you expect the results to be? Or would it be best for me to take that money and start up a Facebook campaign with you guys? And what would those results look like? Um, and I feel like I'll probably just add it to the Google PPC budget. But they said with the Facebook, this dog is so dumb. Hold on. Who just licks concrete all day. Oh, he does. Um, but with let's just use an example, $2,000 a month with their Facebook campaign. They said estimated somewhere between for $1,000 a month. They estimate somewhere around 20 leads a month with a Facebook campaign, and with $2,000 a month, they estimate somewhere around 40 a month.
40
So
leads.
probably like 10 a week. Yeah, 40 leads a month. So about 10 a week, and then adding in for like every $2,000, it seems like on the Google PPC from my campaign, it seems like it would add another like 4 to 5 leads a week. So I just feel like, I don't know, I'll probably add it to Google PPC, but it takes a
Yeah.
while for sure. It took me, I got right now over, it's probably 90 days, 100. I'd have to look at the actual start date, but I've brought in, I think like 60 leads, 57, 60 leads. And I think that's a culmination between filled out forms and phone calls.
Yep.
And it just took tweaking during the entire time. A lot of it in the beginning was a lot of like mobile homes and land, which I wasn't necessarily going for. A couple of times stuff was coming in from outside of my marketing areas. Wholesalers love typing in cash offer companies and trying to sell their assignment contracts to these cash offer websites. So you get a lot of wholesalers trying to sell you their assignment contracts. So it's just a lot of tweaking in those first 90 days for sure. Trying to come up with, you can't prevent somebody from filling out a form, right? Like there's nothing that you can really do in that sense. All you can do is like tweak your landing page and your forms and things like that to try to push those people away from actually submitting a form or a phone call.
I'd actually even like, I prefer that, I get as many form submission as possible per day. Like, even if they're not like the most qualified or it's a wholesaler that has a property under contract, like, there's one, I'm going to take a look at it today to see if it closed, right? They were telling the agent they're so confident that it's going to close and they wanted to sell it cash. They were asking for 4K less than what it was listed for. And it's been listed for like 90 plus days, price drop after price drop. And it just doesn't make sense, but it might make sense for something creative, right? Because it's clearly cash isn't working. So wait and see. You got Lisa.
Yeah, I feel like there's two waves of thinking when it comes to form fill outs. Like I know a couple of people here when they're running ads for like owner occupants or whatever, they do a very minimal form because they want as many forms filled out as possible. It's a numbers game, right? So the more people that you can get in front of you, the higher likelihood that you'll be able to get somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And I totally understand that. I'm on the other side where I want a more I'd rather less leads, but have it more qualified individual. So our service provider, I actually talked to them about increasing my form, and
The
they gave me
steps.
pushback at first, and they didn't want to do it
Mm.
because they said from their experience and all of that that would limit the lead flow, and that would they and of course as the service provider you want your client to get as many leads as possible because that only makes you look good and that makes your numbers look good and everything else, because the less forms that get filled out, the higher your cost per lead goes up. And now this person goes, hey, my cost per lead is over $200 a month or $300 a month and this company shit. And it's like, well, yeah, because you told us to add in 9 extra questions, and so now we're spending more money to get that one lead, where if you had less questions being asked, you'd get more leads and more forms submitted. So I think it's kind of, I understand both sides. So, but again, it's just tweaking it, man. And truly over that 90-day period, it's a lot of like, you shouldn't even really expect, if you'll get forms and calls and all that kind of stuff, but to like close a deal, it's tough because they're still tweaking so much stuff on their side.
Yeah. But I like that you mentioned that it does take time, and what I've seen, just like having spent the money and watching this Google thing learn, is that it's got
Yeah,
that cost
it's
per
fun.
click going down. Like it's becoming more and more cost efficient, to get somebody to click on it. So I guess that's what the process is, the first 30 to 60 days is that learning
Yep.
phase, and then that 90-day mark, is when it really starts to rip. So I'm just about there now.
If you're under $200 per lead, that's pretty much, $200 to maybe 250 is like industry norm. And if you're under 200, and especially if you're somewhat nationwide, or you have markets that these dogs are so dumb. Then I think that's good. Like I said, I got to like 190, 191. I think the lowest I was at was like 175. It's like it is what it is. It's really hard for me to think that you can get much lower than that without going to Facebook, where you might be in that $20 to $40 range. But I just don't feel like dealing with all of the follow up and all the nonsense that takes place with Facebook leads. Like it's just so much. It's so many more tire kickers. It's so much more follow up. It's so many more potential bad numbers. It's a lot of extra legwork for extra leads. Where
Mm-hmm.
again, my side is like my logic is just if I get a lead, I want that mindset of like this person filled out like this is going to be a qualified lead. So I have a
Right.
higher likelihood of converting this. I'm going to spend time on this lead. I'm going to call them. I only want to call people that I feel, again, the whole point of inbound marketing is calling people who want to work with us, right? They filled out a
Right.
form,
Right.
they did all of that. I want to take that another step and be like, yes, you filled out my form, so you want to work with me to an extent, but like I also want to take it one step farther and you answered 5 additional questions. So now I know more about you and I know that you're more committed to this process because you were willing to sit there for another 15 seconds and fill out 5 more things.
Yeah, what I found, and I have yet to close anything, but I have put a few under contract, and I hopefully should be putting some more stuff under contract here soon. I'm waiting on some people and their timelines, but what has helped me is when I get on that call is to build like rapport and then immediately get them to do something and schedule that follow up to know like are they really committed to selling. And then the best question that I like to ask is have you thought about listing this with an agent? And if they rattle off all these reasons why they don't want to work with an agent, I find that person to be more qualified to potentially work with me.
Yeah, I feel like yeah, I've gotten a couple that were on market. One was floating around here. I sent it to Paul because it was in Texas, and then I wasn't able to lock it up. And then I actually just saw it in one of the creative groups, literally like 4 days ago. Carter sent it to me, and then Paul was like, "Hey, I saw that it got locked up." And in the comments, everybody was like, "This lady's been trying to sell this house for 2 years. All she does is fill out cash forms on like she's been trying to sell this thing." And so you get a lot of that with me. Again, always full transparency. Like I'm always I've been on the creative side, so like cash wholesaling is super new to me in terms of my entire approach to a conversation. The It's a different creative. You never expect to do a one call close. You expect there's going to be multiple calls. There's going to be potential conference calls. I might have to talk to an attorney, a lender, the seller, all of these different things. I got to collect a mortgage statement. I don't expect that. Creative or a cash, especially when they're filling out these PPC forms, you have to expect this person went on Google and companies that buy cash near me, and there's going to be 10 at the top of that Google page, and they're just going to click each one of those, fill out a form, go to the next one, fill out a form, go to the next one, go to the form, and just keep doing that until somebody calls them and until somebody gives them a number that they're looking for.
Right.
So I feel like building rapport, but being a little bit more aggressive in those sales calls, I think is the difference in cash than it is creative with me. With creative, I take my time. It's a completely different animal. So it's even a learning curve for me.
Yeah, that's kind of the beast that we're talking about, with the sales call that I did last Saturday. You could see that the lady was kind of giving me a little bit of pushback, oh, well, I'll get to this and that. You really got to be the one to help this person, cross that line and pretty much like make it so simple for them to just click a couple buttons and be locked in and know that, you're going to get this sold for them. So I had the agent go out to that property. They think that they could list it for 155. They told me they want a $3,500 commission. And so if it sells for 155, I have it for 30. There's like 21,000 in a spread. So hopefully, the other agent, if there is one, doesn't beat us up. But we'll see how it works out. It's
And
all going back into the
there's a
marketing
beauty in
anyway.
cash for sure. There's a beauty in cash for sure that like again, once we get our sales script down, it's not going to be a script, but once we really dial it in, because I think in the beginning, a garbage truck coming through here in 2 seconds. Um, Hold on, it's going to be here.
Matt, what happened to Cape Coral?
Garbage man's cleaning up the yard.
Garbage. Yeah, I was gonna say garbage man was being extra loud today. Cape Coral, we're just still following up with. That wasn't my lead. That was who brought that to me? Ryan. I think it was an ISP to lead. But that was the big thing that
I talked to him. I talked to him a little bit originally before, but he told me that he was getting in touch with you all, so that's why I was following up with you all.
Yeah, we're all three of us are hitting that guy pretty much every day. But I asked about because I don't have the most familiarity with ISP Delete, but what I do know is that they do have the buyer pool basically where you buy a lead and it potentially goes back in. So I told them I was like, that type of lead is the most important one to lock up as quickly as you possibly humanly can because there's a chance it goes back into the pool and then it's going to be getting hit up. And I guess the guy already had mentioned a bunch of times that he had been getting hit up by like cash wholesalers and all that kind of stuff, but those numbers didn't make sense. But yeah, that's the biggest thing with cash. I feel like is feeling like you got to get that without too much pressure. You know what I mean? And be like, hey, can you sign it now? Sign it now. Sign it now, because you know that there's going to be 15 other people that are getting in line behind you in order to get it done. So it just is what it is.
Yeah, no, ISP Delete sells their stuff to multiple people. They're in a class action about it right now.
Yeah, that's such a bullshit. I hate that.
It's really a shame because I had a close relationship with the CEO at one point, and I was sponsored by ISP Delete for people who remember. That's how I made my first big claim to fame in the industry. Was really a lot due to me being on the show in REI Rev with Bob originally, and then me doing ISP Delete, like the closers show and stuff like that. We were doing really well. We were doing like a 1 in 3 conversion at one time, and then I don't know, they wanted to make some changes with the way that they were structuring the company, and it didn't. I don't think it's really turned out the best. That's why I always say you can't like look at what you're doing right now. You have to look at is what I'm doing capable of lasting 10 years or longer. I say that multiple times. I don't get threatened or care what anybody else is doing right now. I had a guy who was running another CRM company, and I offered him a partnership when I first started. Hey, let's create something together. Let's do this together. And they thought that they knew better, and they didn't want to work with me, and they thought that I was small fish and whatnot. And I told him, I said, listen, not a decision you want to make. And then 6 months later, my CRM's still running and their company went bankrupt. So, it's just, so we believe it's on its way out. It's, you gotta stay focused on what you're doing to make sure that it lasts a long time.
One thing that Dan mentioned there about that other company changing and just kind of seeing the pushback from the people, their customers and stuff, has really been one of the reasons why I don't want to change anything. Um, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? A lot of people, I can't tell you guys how many people all the time are telling me do this and that, and the ability to say no is so important. The ability to just stay focused is so important, because I know right now I might not be achieving that goal that I've set for myself yet, but I know that I'm taking action towards it, right? I'm not just some guy who's hoping that things are going to change and praying. Like, I'm really doing it. I'm spending the money, I'm talking to the people, and I'm doing the business. I feel like I've done everything I can, for the most part. Of course, there's always more calls you can make and that kind of stuff, but for the most part, I feel like I'm really trying my best, and I'm really doing what I have to do to align myself with that goal. But with that being said,
You will beat most of your competition just by staying alive. Just by staying alive.
Yeah.
If you just stay alive, most of your competition will beat themselves over time.
I just got.
You just have to stay the course too. Like, stay the course, continue to do the same things every day. Continuously talk to people, continuously underwrite deals, continuously send out those offers, continuously do the marketing that you're doing. Stay consistent with that marketing. Don't stop and go and change channels. And especially if you're doing inbound marketing like Google PPC, we all know like it's a learning curve. The system, the data needs to learn if you turn it off and turn it on. I remember when I was a real estate agent, when I first started, I started with Facebook ads, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool." And I would get 100 leads, and they were all bullshit. But at that time, I thought that was good. I was like, "Oh, I just fill my CRM, and I'll just, none of them ended up being good." And then I ran into my guy Brian Short, who's one of like the wizards with Google PPC when it comes to real estate, on like the real estate agent side and stuff like that. He's been doing it since 2000, and I was a broke real estate agent when I first started. So I would give him the money, turn it on, and then I'd get a bunch of leads. And then I was like, all right, turn this off. And he's like, dude, you can't, you either should stop and then just save your money, or he's like, but if you keep turning it off and turning it back on, he's like, you're never going to get the results that you want to see. You got to leave this thing on. And so that was like my initial learning curve to Google PPC. And it's like, you can't turn these off. You got to stay consistent. If you stay consistent, you will see the results.
You know, it is a risk, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not gonna lie to you. Especially I respect Matt a lot because he's been in the game for a long time. Matt's not somebody who just recently has come around and heard about Sub 2 or creative finance and just all of a sudden like just started popping off. Like Matt's been in the game for a long time. This isn't his first business venture. He's done other stuff before real estate, and it's cool to see what Matt's been able to do, and it's realistic. It's not like what Instagram's claiming all the time. You see all these young guys like get up and, dude, I was so mad about this the other day. I had to go and take a walk, and I was just kind of voicing my thoughts. And like, what's popular right now is just, you do something insignificant. You make a little bit of money. Maybe you have closed a few deals. Maybe you don't even close a deal, but you hear about something that's popular, and you position yourself to be an expert online, and you leverage these social platforms and you sell a course. And that's really how you can scale and make a lot of money, because you're pretty much just convincing people to buy into you and go and do something. And like, I don't want to do that, but I see it's so popular. It's so popular to make money like that right now. And I think that just in general, there's so much deceit online as to like what entrepreneurship really does look like, and the actual risk that you have to take to really be an entrepreneur. I'm not saying that there aren't people that get into the industry and really make something of themselves very quickly, but I mean, I've been able to see it, over the last 2.5 years, what the real struggles actually look like. I've seen, my closest friends come up from absolutely nothing, to be in positions where they're now buying stuff, and I saw the struggles and the ups and downs that they all went through, and it's just not realistic to give yourself 30 to 60 days and say, hey, I'm going to go from not knowing anything, not having any experience, to closing deals and becoming an overnight success, because that's not what this business is. And I hate to be the first person to break it to you, but if you're really serious and you're really committed to it, like we had Jacob come on the other day, this business can, especially if you're doing just wholesale, this business can be very feast or famine. You will find yourself in periods where you've got money and you've got to spend that money, and there might be times where you're going through periods of drought with your leads and your marketing, especially when you're getting started and you're trying to dial in what you want to do. For me, I've done it all. I've done the cold calling, I've done the SMS, I've had success. I got my first deal cold calling, I got multiple deals doing SMS. But why I'm pivoting to Google, and I've even spent 10K on Facebook ads. Like, I'm not just telling people, do this and that. And I haven't sold a course and nothing like that. I've just literally been documenting, what we're doing here. And I can tell you, from my experience, like, it just makes the most sense to position yourself in a way where people can find you when they're looking for you. Going out, cold calling, trying to convince people to do business with you, they don't know who the hell you are. There's no legitimacy. There's no assumed rapport. There's no assumed professionalism. When you cold call or SMS people, you could be anyone. And it looks like, for me at least, Google PPC is what I'm going to go all in on. I don't even really care about the Facebook stuff. I was also offered the Facebook opportunity, and I'm kind of not sure if I want to even mess with it right now, because I just want to be good at one thing. I want to be able to say no. And that's something that I've got to really be able to do, I think, to scale, especially when it comes to scaling. Cold calling, for me, doesn't really seem scalable. Too many variables, right? The caller, the conversation, the list. There's so many different variables. PPC, you have a good site that converts and you target the words that people search for you. It's all up to you and your sales process. And I like those odds way better than the other odds. I like the turnaround time way better. So that's what I'm going to do. But it's not for everyone, dude. You got to have money to spend. And if you don't have money, you got to have access to it, or you got to fucking put it on the card, bro, because you're going to have to be consistent with it. You have to be spending a significant amount of money. Spending $40 a day, $50 a day on Google, you're wasting your time. You have to go through a whole phase where your machine is essentially learning how to get that cost per click down, and that costs thousands and thousands of dollars. So that's the reality of this business. Take it as you will. I really hope that people don't come in here and think that just because they see a couple of us are popping off and really got 6-figure checks or are doing a lot of big deals, that's just what to expect, because it's not. There's going to be a learning curve, and there's definitely going to be a period of hustle. And for those of you that are willing and brave enough to take on that challenge, I encourage you to do so. And I'm excited to see what your journey looks like. But if you can't stomach this pressure, this ain't for you, G. You should really consider working for somebody else.
I wouldn't be an entrepreneur if I could work for someone else. I'm only in this position that I'm in because for some reason I was designed this way. And I think that when you're born, if you're designed to be able to have the capacity to take instruction from someone else, but to learn everything that I have learned in every business that I've ever done, restaurant business, medical business, real estate business, I worked in a capacity for someone else, whether it was for free or whether it was just to get in the room or whether it was this. So I want to preface this one more fucking time before I leave to go to the gym today, because I have to get out of here. I know Matt's got one more thing he's wanted to say, but I gotta leave. So I want to say one more time, if you come in the chat and you say one more time, and someone give me mentorship, because I will give you half or 20% or 30% of the future deal that I have not been able to get or close or achieve or whatever. If you come in the chat one more time and say that shit, we won't even talk to you. We won't even respond. You will automatically be banned immediately, without question, without reason. You will be gone. We do not want to foster that kind of attitude in here. We don't need bums and scum in the chat. We want professionals only who want to come in and say, hey, I need more people like Mauricio the day he came into my office. He's not in here right now, but I need more people like that say, hey, if you will let me take out your fucking trash at the end of the day, please just teach me how to call. I will mop your floors and take the trash out of your office. Just teach me what to say on the phone. I'll bring my own leads. I'll do this and that. I'll go door knock. Just can you listen to my calls and tell me what the fuck to do? But I will do anything that you ask me to do. And I don't even want to be paid. I would rather you not pay me, because I don't even want to be on the payroll. I would rather do it for you for free in order to achieve back. The first deal that I ever closed came because I was helping someone else in their business. And so I came to them and helped them acquire that deal. And so I wasn't even asking for a percentage. I never asked for this or that. I made $21,000. That was the first wholesale assignment fee that I ever made. It took me 6.5 months to get that deal. And I got that deal because I just went value first in whatever way that I could. And I started my own medical business. We did $7.8 million last year in revenue in this company. but I didn't start there in that position. I started that company because I literally was just trying to help this guy with his son who had an issue, the owner of the clinic at that time. And then later on down the line, you know, I mean, we just kept developing a relationship, and he kept seeing that I was loyal and that I was a solid person, that I was smart, and I kept trying to add value. I never asked for more. I never overshot my value. I never said, "Hey, can you just teach me how to do this business?" And you know, and if you teach me, I'll give you profit shares of the business that I haven't made yet. Do you understand? That's what you guys are asking us to do when you say, "I'll give you future profit shares of a business that I haven't even started yet." Do you know how fucking stupid that sounds when you put it in that direction? When you guys think about this shit, you're not thinking about it. You're not thinking about what you're saying. You're thinking it's a good offer because you're thinking, I'm going to give this person half of a deal just for helping me. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. We should get 100%, and you should just get the knowledge if that was anything. So, I mean, just make sure that whatever you do, if you really want to have your own business, and I don't know why any of you would want to have your own business, because I don't think it makes any sense, not in today's economy. I don't think it makes any sense. I wouldn't have my own business. I want to preface, I wouldn't have what I'm doing if I didn't think that I wasn't fucking manifest destiny supposed to fucking do it. I wouldn't even be here. I wouldn't deal with the shit that I have to deal with on a daily basis. So when I sit in the chat and I cuss you all out and I get pissed, it's because of all the shit that I have to deal with outside that you guys can't see. And then you come into the chat on some bullshit asking me for the knowledge that I've worked and built over all of my years of working in other companies, and you want it for free. So that's why I get upset. That's why I don't answer your DMs. That's why I don't have the attention span to sit there and have a back and forth with you. It's because I want someone to come to me if they want my knowledge and say, "Hey, man, what can I do for you?" You don't have to teach me anything if you don't want to. I just want to be around you. I just want to, get to know you. Tell me what I can do just to get in the room with you. But I don't know why any of you'd want to have your own business. But if you do, that's where you start. If you don't want to pay to go to school, if you don't want to pay to learn some type of skill or craft from someone that's offering to teach it, and I'm not talking about a fucking course online. God, please don't pay for a course. They're all a waste of money. They're all a waste of time.
Dan,
there's not a single course.
It's like they want to be around in proximity, but this is that time. We're giving you 30 minutes, an hour a day. There's so many already recorded hours already on the channel. Go watch those. Like, dive into them. Watch the podcast. Be around. Be in the presence of greatness. We talked about innovations. We talked about all these different things. Go watch.
Yeah. Speaking of Mauricio, I remember one time I gave him a playlist of videos to watch when he applied for the job. I said, "Hey, can you watch this? Can you watch these videos so you at least have an idea before you come in the office to start your first day tomorrow?" He said, "Dan, I've already watched all those videos 3 or 4 times." He had the whole playlist already on his phone, pretty much, for the most part. He was so far ahead because he just wanted to fucking win so bad. Watching him get a 6-figure check was crazy.
That's incredible. And it's well deserved, because I remember that period in that phase, when I was still living with my mom, I was only watching success stories, success after success, and I was visualizing myself ringing that bell until I went and rang that bell. I've been to Brent Daniels' studio. I've been on Brent Daniels' podcast. I rang that victory bell, bro. I really already did it. But there was so many hours, countless hours, where I was thinking about it, putting in the work, talking to the people before I could go out there. But it happened. So take it as you will, ladies and gentlemen. There's a unique opportunity to be in proximity with the people that are here today. And really, a lot of it is up to you to really get on the phones and do what you got to do. The information is out there. The content is out there. But the connections are in here.
Matt has a closing statement, I think.
I know Matt has a closing statement. He's waiting. He's waiting.
Oh, I forgot.
That is closing statement. That's fine.
I got that.
I
I got
forgot.
that mortgage statement. I got that mortgage statement. It's a 3% interest rate in Alabama, in a major
Alabama.
metro area. Yeah, I only target major metro areas in surrounding cities. This one is
Do you do counties or do you do cities?
I do cities and zip codes specifically zip codes. I'm all right. Look, man, I put all the sauce out there. Like people ask, John, what are you targeting? Like where are you where how are you targeting like the hottest zip codes and the hottest areas? Go watch the YouTube channel. I literally show everyone what
Are
I'm doing.
you are you doing zip codes for a specific reason? From
Not that reason, but that's a good reason, and I should consider that because that doesn't sound like a bad idea.
yeah,
Now that you brought that up,
I,
Matt. Now that you brought that
I was just
up.
thinking about I was just thinking about I was thinking about that too. Like,
Oh, now
huh?
he's got the brain spinning,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. He's got some ideas.
I'm trying to think
Hey,
if
listen, Matt. These are the types of conversations that happen that make those wheels turn. You know, it's important. You know, iron sharpens
trying to
iron.
think trying to think if yeah, like if you instead of adding more money to Google PPC, maybe for that reason you could run. I feel like I don't know. I feel like that might be successful on Facebook for some reason,
I mean, shit. If you want to try it on Facebook,
but
and
maybe not.
I'll add it to the Google
But maybe
campaign,
not.
or vice versa, we can figure it out.
Maybe not.
Um, would you be down?
Um,
I know
but
you're. Listen,
but
Matt.
there
I know
were
you're a busy guy, right? You're a busy guy. Matt's a hard guy to get a hold of, man. We're in the presence of greatness. This guy's worth $1,000 a minute, and he's just spent 30 with us.
I'm a babysitter. That's all I am. I'm a glorified babysitter.
It was crazy the other day. We
Little
went out to the
dumbass.
sand dunes early in the morning. Like I woke up at 4:30 and we went out on a Sunday. And right outside the gate, there was this dog waiting for us, bro. I think he was lost, and he followed us there. Spent the whole morning with us, but I knew I couldn't take him on home, man, because I'm a nomad. I'm always moving around. I couldn't settle down, you know.
Dude, you got to get one of those. You got to get one. That's all I ever see when I'm watching videos of like not that where you are is a third world country, but like all of these like street dogs basically in all
Oh,
of
they're
these
out
other
here.
countries where you just drive around. There's just street dogs everywhere.
And they're free though, you know, and having seen it, you know, versus like what the life of a dog looks like in the U.S. You know, it's so tame. You know, they're in the house all day. You know, they really know how to conduct themselves. You know, they get around, but yeah, man, I would if you got some time, I'd love to look at this, and if it's too much finesse, bro, don't even worry about it. I'll figure it out.
I can do it right now.
Let's get it. All right.
It's the
Let me
third
see if I
highest
can.
rate.
Okay, so she sent me the one from 2023. I'm gonna ask her. Okay.
Dude, I just
On.
not to sidetrack this, but we had a PPC lead come in yesterday, and it's in a city called Riverdale, which is back in Illinois, back where I'm from. And Riverdale is sorry if anybody in here is from Riverdale, but Riverdale is a piece of shit. Like data proven statistically a piece of shit. It was ranked one of the ugliest cities in America. It has one of the highest effective property tax rates in the country. So Riverdale, the mayor just got indicted on charges, like federal charges, so like going to jail because Illinois is just corrupt, especially Cook County. Um, and we're negotiating with the seller. The seller, of course, wants more money. But I was showing Carter, I was like, this is why we can't go give them more money because these are the types of feedback you're going to get on a property like this. And I just Googled Riverdale, Illinois, and I went to news, and the top five was like 3 people were stabbed and shot. And then there was another one about the mayor getting indicted, and then ugly. I was like, this is why. And then I looked up the property taxes for an $80,000 to $100,000 property. Property taxes at one point were $10,000 a year. And I just looked up the property tax rate. It is the third highest effective property tax rate in Cook County, Riverdale, Illinois. Cook County is the second largest county in the country, second to LA County. So it has the third highest property tax rate in the second largest county in the country. That's how bad the property taxes are, coupled with, on top of that, how bad this city actually is as well. So it shows like how it doesn't make sense sometimes, man, like some of these areas and stuff like that. So going back to like the cat, like if this is creative, you're able to like, all right, let's look past some of that stuff because maybe we can get a low entry, maybe it's got a low interest rate. When it's cash, there's nothing you have to be where your number, like that's the biggest struggle I think where I'm at is I'm so used to being able to like flex the creative muscle and be like, all right, how can we look at this? Let's look at it this way, this way. But when it's just cash, you're like, you can just, all I can give you is cash, and the cash number has to be this, and there's nothing else we can really do with that. So that's been the biggest part I don't like about it.
What about innovation? Is that an option for a property like this? Is it move-in ready or livable at least?
So they're actually on, this one's actually on the market already. But they're just willing to sell it for almost 50% of what they're on the market for. Um, so we're not too far off. I mean, it's funny though, they agreed to $80,000 yesterday, and then Carter got on the phone with them, and then they came back at 85, and he's like, "Whoa, what happened to 80 yesterday?" And they're like, "Oh, okay, 80." It's like they don't even know what they want.
They want out. That's what they want.
Yeah, let's look. They want out by August, I guess.
So I just asked the seller
I'm
because
familiar
they
with
sent me old mortgage statement. So this is a little bit of a tip here, ladies and gentlemen. They sent me an old mortgage statement. The immediate question that I had was, are you up to date on your payments, or do you have any arrears? I said, I'm going to run numbers on this, referring to the mortgage statement that they sent me because it includes the monthly payment and everything. I asked, are there any arrears that we need to catch up, or are you all up to date on all payments? She said that she's behind on the payments. I said, no worries. How much do you owe right now? See, these are very important things, and this goes back to that deal I was working on with Matt for the property in Colleen. That guy hadn't made a payment, and so I didn't ask that question because I didn't know to ask that question, and so I can see now all the little nuanced things that I'm learning, having made these offers and putting these properties under contract, and I can see how it's coming into play now, and stay in the course, man. I don't have another option.
Stay in the course, yeah. And it's also too like learning it, and then because the worst thing ever is having a conversation with a seller on creative, and then they ink the deal, right? You have the conversation, they submit you a mortgage statement, and you're like, okay, everything's cool, and then you sign, you have an executed contract, you send it into title. 2 weeks goes by, the title search is being performed, and you're like, everything's good. And then all of a sudden, you get an email or a phone call from your transaction coordinator or somebody, and they're like, did you know that they're 3 months behind, or there's an escrow shortage, and the payment is like something so stupid where you're like, are you serious? How did I not? I should have asked that question, or I should have asked for an up-to-date mortgage statement, or something should have been that could have been done in that initial conversation that I just dropped the ball on because either A, I didn't know, or B, I did know, but I was rushing through for whatever reason. I was trying to get them to sign, and I was nervous because they were going to go talk to somebody else, and then that potentially kills the deal. Now you potentially have an end buyer lined up, and now you got to go explain it to them, and it's just a lot of nonsense. So utilizing those things that you already know is key, because then it helps you also identify, like, is this even a deal anymore or not? Or, hey, I was willing to give you $15K up front, but now I know you're 3 months behind, and that's going to cost me 10 grand right there. So now I know I can't give you $15,000. I got to give you 5. Instead of telling you 2 weeks from now, I can tell you right here in this conversation.
Just send her a quick text. And one thing that so I read this book, es uno hábito para cambiarte tu vida, la vida. And in the book it says pretty much it's one habit to change your life, and it talks about some habits to change your life. One of the habits is, and this is cliche stuff we all know, but it's nice to be reminded of. It says, in the car, you're driving in a car, the rear view mirror is smaller than the windshield for a reason. You're not supposed to spend so much time looking backwards. Look forwards toward the future. And one thing that I've committed to now is not to play the game of what if. This is a conversation that Matt and I have had in the past. Not to play the what if game of, oh well, if one thing was just slightly more perfect, in hindsight, we wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't know what situation we'd be in, right? Because life happens. And another reason why this business is so unpredictable, it might be predictable in the sense we get leads and we talk to enough people, we'll get a deal. But there are so many things I tell you guys, like, we would have seen so many deals come through that we thought were surefire deals that just at the last second, something happened. So let's run these numbers together, Matt. I asked them how much are they behind. They told me 3,364. I asked the seller, would they be able to catch up or pay down some of this before we close, and they said yes. So that was my follow-up question.
That's an extremely important thing that when I first started, because I was so just like, they're willing to do the deal, right? And I don't want that to be the deal killer. Like, oh, I don't have money, so like, we'll pay it. Don't worry, we'll pay the arrears, we'll pay the commission, we'll pay all of these things. And then you start to look at the numbers that you just agreed to. You're like, shit, man. Like, I'm already like, Jacob is a perfect example. Jacob sent me a lead yesterday. And he's already done all the legwork. He's talked to the seller, he talked to the agent, but he has a buyer's agent that brought him the deal. So now there's a buyer's agent involved, there's a listing agent involved, there's a seller involved. And I was running the numbers with him yesterday because he thought it was a deal, which it still could be a deal depending on how it's structured. But I ran the numbers for him. I was like, here's what you'd have to commit to the deal just on your A to B between you and the seller. You'd be committing already like 8.2% entry fee just to them, just to junk fees of commission and closing costs. And that's not even including an assignment or anything additional on top of that. On probably we don't even have a mortgage statement, but I got to imagine it's probably a 5% interest rate or higher. So it's like you're already committing over 8% just to the A to B. Well, how much can you really slide into the B to C to even make it work? A good question to have, like, would the seller be opposed or able to pay the solar payment after closing and be responsible for that while we're responsible for, like, trying to put some of this on, what can I get in this deal? Again, another Jacob deal that ended up falling apart, not through his fault, but the seller signed a 3-year lease, but it was a very bad upside down deal. Beautiful house. And the sellers knew they were in a bad spot. So the sellers even offered to pay and be responsible for the solar. We didn't even have to ask. They already offered that up front. So I think that's very good and very important to do, is ask. Never hurts to ask. And then if they say, no, we're not in a position, we can't financially, whatever. Okay, now I know that. So now when I'm presenting my offer, I'm going to present what makes sense, as opposed to, let me get it out of the way now and see what they can or can't do.
Yeah.
You just have to be in a position to where you feel like you have to buy the deal. Every deal that you sign, or you need to be in a position to be able to really think, what would I have to do to buy this deal if I can't find someone for it. I'm learning a new business right now that we will be entering into probably next year. And just learning how the profit is structured. Man, you guys in wholesaling have had it so easy. You've had it so easy for so long, and it's in no other business do you get inspection periods, and no other terms of wholesaling do you get the ability to say, oh, well, I'm going to put it under agreement, but if I can't sell it, then I can just, throw it back on the table. So I think every transaction that you all go into, you really need to go into it as if you have to, as if you'd have to buy it. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna structure your profit margin in that deal. And if you can't sell it for more, then you need to look at it as, would I buy this? And if the answer is no, or I can't for whatever reason, then you need to solve the reason why you can't buy it, or you just need to not put it under contract if you don't think that it's going to be sellable if you can't buy it. If you're taking a risk on it, don't do it. Don't sign the contract.
I like
It's not
that.
worth the risk.
That's something, and you know what? It's not even the risk of money that you're risking. It's also risking time. Don't waste anybody's time. Don't waste your
It's
time.
not, yeah, it's not worth the risk of what I'm saying. It's not worth the risk of the person that you're obligating to that contract. It's a
Right.
reputation risk, and there's nothing more valuable, you know what I mean, than your business's reputation. And I think wholesaling has just been a thing where it's just been a fly by night type of business, and that's, I see a lot of people flipping out about these regulations, and all they're really trying to do is just say you can't be a fly by night type of business. If you fuck up, we got to find a way to make you all accountable for this shit. There is no more just like, we put a name on a contract, but the name doesn't really exist because it's not a real LLC and it's not this, or I dropped this LLC and I open up this one the next day, and this is the number that I'm calling you from is not a real number. It's a number attached to a VoIP, and that VoIP is not even attached to my cell phone, and yada yada. Like, they don't. They all they want is for people to be held accountable for what they're trying to do, and I don't think that's a bad thing, because in every other business you have to be held accountable. So I don't understand why real estate should be any different. In medical, you have to be held account. You're drastically held accountable. I mean, if somebody, anybody can claim anything out of the blue. They can pull a reason out of the sky to sue your ass, and you have to stay accountable to that degree. Um, every other business, you have to stay. If you have a restaurant and somebody slips and falls on your floor or chokes on food at your table and dies, you're held accountable. You can't pick up the restaurant and take it and put it in a tent and move it somewhere else the next day. It's like you're there, right? You have to be held accountable. Every other single business, you're held accountable. So if you're mad about regulations coming in, it's just because the reality is, honestly, what you're not telling yourself is you just don't want to. You would rather not be held accountable. And yeah, I mean, that's tough. But if you want to be a business owner and you really want this, part of that is just being able to say, I'm fine with being held accountable because I believe that everything I'm doing, I believe in everything that I'm doing. I believe in my business model. I believe in what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to do nefarious business practices, but yeah, I mean, if you're trying to fuck people over and you've been just kind of scraping by and you haven't really been doing things legitimately, you're going to be worried about these regulations. And if you think that it's going to be a case where you're not going to be able to afford to have attorneys, you're not going to be able to afford to have this or that, then I would say you need to figure out, you either need to partner with somebody that has the money to supply your business that you don't have, or you're gonna have to build some capital by working for someone else over time. So, I mean, every other business you have to do it. So just take that into account, guys. Take that into account with all these things coming on board. Got to have money to run businesses. You either got to use somebody else's or you either got to use yours. You got to figure out which one that's going to be.
Shoot me a DM if you need a link for a low interest credit card. All right, you need to get some credit
There
going
you go.
here. All right, I get you the 0 APR first 18 months. You know what I'm saying? You can take that risk. But you got to come up with something here. But I think you realistic need about $15,000. I think to get Google off the floor. Yeah, so this one, we're gonna take a look at the mortgage statement here. It is about a year old, though. I asked her that question about, if she's behind. She said she's behind. I think it equates to about 3 payments, 3 months behind here. Um,
Bye,
so
guys.
Well, my only concern though is
take care,
is
gang.
with it being a year old,
The interest for
the
escrow.
payment right now. Yeah, so like in this, the uh, this is a year old. So yeah, if she's 3 months behind, then it might not even be 11.21 a month anymore. There might be an escrow shortage that now increased payment, which is fine because as long as that escrow shortage is taken care of, then it should go back to the original. I have one right now in Florida that we're going to close on by the end of July, and it was a very hard dispo because the PITI was very, very high. It was like $3,100 for a 300 and something $1,000 house in Florida. I put that under a non-exclusive agreement, so I allowed them to continue marketing the property while I sourced my buyer, and just couldn't get it. I got a ton of activity, but like the payment just was too hard to deal with, and so the seller ended up offering to pay the escrow shortage. Which ended up being like $5,000. And so they just paid it and they're waiting. It's pending in their bank account. And then they got a verbal confirmation from their lender that it was, and now it'll go down to $24.95 a month. And so immediately was able to go back to my buyers and was able to get somebody locked up. But sometimes, yeah, it's nice for the seller to pay, and then they can call in and get that verbal confirmation and written confirmation that what the new payment will be. So you just need confirmation from them. Obviously, it's a year old. Is there an escrow shortage now with the missed payment? If so, did that increase the payment? And then just kind of find out, okay, once that's taken care of, what will that payment go back down to?
Okay, so do you think I should just wait to run some sort of numbers, or is there anything we can do with this statement?
You can run it off this. We just don't know 100% that it's accurate. Again, with 3 months behind, um, I'm guessing that there's probably an escrow shortage, but that's fine because again, if they're willing to pay the escrow shortage, if they're willing to pay the escrow shortage, then it's probably going to be somewhere close to that.
Okay. So what is running the numbers on something like this look like?
Do you want to DM me the address?
Yeah.
I see. Where, bud? Where, bud? Here. Sit up here. Up here. Get a puppy, they said. Get a puppy, they said.
Almost had one, man. Wifey was falling in love. We gotta take him home.
I haven't had one in 10 years, pretty much. Baloo we got him when he was 3 months.
Oh
And
wow.
then Haley, our girl dog, we got her when she was like 1. So not a puppy. And then, yeah, I haven't had a puppy in forever. And we went to the shelter looking for I went there looking for another dog who was like an adult dog. But when we got there, someone else was looking at him. So we're like, oh, cool. And then this idiot was somebody that I had seen on there. So I was like, well, bring him out while we're waiting. And of course, my wife fell in love with him, and
That's a done deal right there.
Let's see here. Under active, huh? This is a Google lead?
Yep. So it's currently listed right now. They can't sell it on the market. It's funny. She messaged me at 8 a.m. I didn't see the lead come in until 10. So when I called her, she said she got off the phone with somebody else, but they were thinking about giving her a cash offer. I asked her what she would be looking to walk away with.
Yep.
She told me 15. I said 1,500 or 15,000. She said 1,500. said, okay. So, I mean, if she pays off that mortgage statement, I don't think that she's going to be walking away with anything. But I explained to her the way we buy properties creative as the following. I said, well, sometimes we actually help sellers with little to no equity by leaving the existing financing in place and taking over payments on their behalf. That's been the way I've been explaining it to him now.
Creative, at least bare minimum, is so important because, again, most of the one sec, because this dog's gonna try to crazy. Most of the people that they're filling out forms for are cash offer websites. So these people are making cash offers on properties that have mortgages on them, low equity, and some of these cash offer websites and hey, damn this dog. Some of these cash offer website companies, they don't know how to do anything else besides cash.
Mm-hmm.
So they're presenting offers to her that she physically cannot take. I can't take that offer because it's too low. I'll write a check at closing, which is why they're reaching out to you in the first place. It's because they don't want to write a check at closing. So on my computer.
Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, on the mute.
Business. Okay. So that's from Rent-O-Meter. Let's pretend that this is the correct. So PITI equals $1,121.55. Of that, PI equals 1121.55 minus 386. PI equals 734.84. Why that's important, and the only reason that you would ever really run the PI number separately is if this becomes something that we are potentially, our exit strategy is going to have to be a wrap. So maybe the long-term rental numbers, which is this up here, which is this. Maybe these numbers don't shake out and it doesn't cash flow as a long-term rental. Let me pull up the. This didn't look like something that had an HOA, right?
I don't believe there is one. I can double check.
No HOA. Probably not going to be something that really makes sense as a short-term rental anyway, just because of the location. But let's see. 1, 2, 3. Shit. 3. Yeah. So, well, not terrible, but STR number is estimate with an average daily rate of 241.
And where, for people that are curious, what are you looking at to get these numbers?
STR right, data.ravu. So data.ravu is what I just put here. That's just a quick sniff test. Free. They have a free calculator on there. A free under the tools, the Airbnb calculator. There's another website called AirDNA. But you need a subscription for that. AirDNA is kind of where like actual short-term rental operators use for underwriting, because you can actually, they have a couple different packages. One, let's say I was only a short-term rental operator in Jacksonville, Florida. There's a package that you can use and pay for where you get one city, one market. So I can run all of my numbers and in underwriting for one market, Jacksonville, Florida. And then if I want to open that up to multiple markets, there's another payment plan that you can sign up for AirDNA with that. Data.rabu. So it's literally data.rabu. What is it actually? Data, D-A-T-A .rabu, R-A-B-B-U.com. And you use it as a sniff test. Do not use it as gospel. Do not just copy and paste that number like I just did, 27,813. Like, oh, this is how much this property is going to make. It's just a guesstimate. It's grabbing other properties in a certain radius. At the top, it'll show you. I'll take a. How do I want to do it? I'm not going to drop your address in there. So here. Here. Making sure I didn't. It's got no address in there, right? Yeah. So when you use the Airbnb calculator, right?
We got it.
If you use the Airbnb calculator.
One more.
Another one just came in.
Yeah.
You'll see that number at the top. You'll also see based on 10 nearby Airbnbs within 7 miles. Now, if anybody knows anything about comping, whether it's sales comp or rental comps, obviously the closest that you can get in radius to your subject property is the most accurate. The fact that data.rabu had to go 7 miles in order to pull 10 rental comps, probably not the greatest indicator that this would be a successful Airbnb property. DataRabu also, that screenshot, there's also a map on the right-hand side where there will be a big circle and it'll show the 10 comps. Looking at this right now, the comps are on the very outskirt of that 10-mile radius. So again, showing me that this probably isn't the best exit strategy for this is likely not going to be short-term rental just because it doesn't seem to be an area with a lot and the fact that it had to go 10 miles. So next would be, what about a midterm rental? So something 30 days or more, rent by the room, anything along those lines. So just for, again, a quick sniff test, I would go to Furnished Finder first. I would type in the city. I'm not going to tell you. I would go to bedrooms and I'll take a screenshot. Yep. So,
Matt's cooking here. He's cooking.
So here is Furnished Finder going for, again, would this make sense as a midterm rental? So short-term rental, maybe not a lot of people coming in for weekends, nothing really around there. Furnished Finder, 30 days or more. So, 3-month leases, 6-month leases, rent by the room, anything along those lines. If you use Furnished Finder, you can put in the bedroom count. So this is 3 bedrooms or more. And as you can see how big that map is on the right-hand side, that's showing you how much. And they pulled one comp for that, which is renting for $38.70 base price a month. It's a 3-story home. That's not what our home looks like either. So midterm rental wise, probably not going to be a market for that. So what we're doing, we're just eliminating exit strategies right now. We're trying to figure out what makes the most sense. They're low equity, so buying it cash isn't going to make sense. It's turnkey from the photos I'm seeing. So paying cash and doing a rehab and reselling it, flipping it, not a business model that's going to make sense here. A, because they have a mortgage, so they can't anyways, and it's already turnkey, ready to go, owner occupied. There's no real value add in that scenario. So now we have to start looking at our actual buy and hold exit strategies in this situation. Midterm rental, from what you can see, not really something that's going to make sense. That's a huge map and only one comp. So not something. And usually if you see a lot of comps here on Furnished Finder, pad split, like Bob always talks about, is another place where like, okay, this is active. Furnished Finder is more so for traveling nurses, 30 days or more, 3 months, 6 months, business people coming in for like a period of time. Pad split is more buying a 3-bedroom home and turning it into a 6-bedroom home and renting it room by room. for short-term or long-term periods of time. So if this had a lot of comps on Furnish Finder, next place I would go is Pad Split and see if Pad Split is in that location to see if renting by the room is something that would make sense. I'll try it, but I'm 99% confident that it's probably not even, it's not even showing up on there. So for anybody that doesn't know, Pad Split is only in specific cities and markets. They've been around for a couple of years and they're growing pretty rapidly. But if there's not enough demand in an area, Pad Split will not be there. Pad Split will not put resources into that city or area trying to establish a presence unless there's enough investor lead flow to them. So you can actually apply to Pad Split and have them come out and see if they'll approve it for Pad Split. I have a guy in Texas right now where anytime I get a creative deal in specific cities or markets in Texas, I immediately send it to him. He has a Pad Split representative that goes and walks the property with him. So he doesn't even he doesn't even get a home inspector. He gets a Pad Split inspector, comes out, walks the property, and a Pad Split inspector is like, yeah, you can add a bedroom there. Yeah, you can do this. They give the green light that, yeah, you can add 3 more bedrooms, whatever. And if the Pad Split inspector says yes to the things, then he buys it. All he does is just give Pad Split, says yes or no. So not a midterm rental for this one, not Pad Split, not renting by the room. So short-term rental, again, 7 miles, average daily rate of $240. I don't think it's a realistic business model to say that that's going to be something that you want to do. So comes down to the long-term rental and a potential wrap to an owner occupant. So average rent in that area is $1,510. So if we just call it $1,500 total, so let's do it here, $1,500 average LTR. Average LTR expenses equals 20% per month. So what is 20% when you're running expenses on a long-term rental? Now, 20%, again, sniff test. Don't use it as gospel, but it's a great sniff test. 10% usually shakes out to 10% for property management, 5% for vacancy, 5% for maintenance, CapEx, things like that. Those numbers can move however you want. 7% for management and 7% for whatever, but the total number usually shakes out to 20% for your standard long-term rental average price point property of $150,000 to $400,000. When you start getting into the lower income, like Section 8, where your properties are likely going to consist of more maintenance, more, whatever, now that 20% could potentially be 25% or 30%, but just a blanket sniff test is 20%. So if we were to rent this property for $1,500, remove the 80%, that's $1,200. So I'm going to equals 1,200. 1,200 a month. Net before debt service. What is debt service? Debt service is your PITI. That's your debt service on the property. So in this situation, the financing already exists. If there was no financing in place, you would run it with taxes. You would remove taxes and insurance. You wouldn't remove the principal and interest because we don't know it yet because there's no debt on the property. This has debt on the property, so we need to take that into consideration. So $1,500 average LTR, if we were to rent it for $1,500, removing the 20% per month gives a net $1,200 a month before debt service. After you remove the debt service of, what did we say it was? 1121.55 equals debt service equals 1121.55 net equals 500 minus $78.45 per month, which is $941.40 annual. So long-term rental wise, not very sexy, right? 3% interest rate, which is fantastic. But from a buy and hold strategy, yes, I'm taking over a property with very minimal down, 3% interest. So my interest rate is extremely low. But if I were to put a long-term renter in here, I'm making less than $100 a month. But depending on what I can get into the property for, it would really depend. So if you could get into the property for $6,000, let's see here, 940. Yeah, if a $6,000 entry would give you a 15% cash on cash return. So what I would do in this scenario, 15% cash on cash return, pretty much everyone's going to take that deal, right? As long as the population isn't zero and it's not a super hot like Detroit, Memphis. I'm learning this in Memphis right now. I have 2 deals in Memphis right now. They're in zip codes that big Memphis buyers have a buy box in Memphis, and they exclude these 2 zip codes all the time. Everybody I talk to, hey, I'm interested in the deal. I send over the zip code, and they're like, that's one of 3 zip codes I don't buy in. So as long as it's not something like that and it's a standard area, 15% cash on cash return will get the deal done 90% of the time. Certain markets, people are willing to do 10 to 12% cash on cash. So what I would do in this scenario is I would take that $940 a month, or annual, I'm sorry, and to figure out what my 940 annual divided by 15% equals, 15% is the cash on cash return, divided by 15% gives you so this right here, and I'm going to copy and paste it. If my entry fee was $6,266 and the property makes $940 a year after debt service, after expenses, that gives me a 15% cash on cash return. So any entry fee lower than $6,200 will increase my cash on cash return. So bare minimum. So if she only wants $1,500 and you can dispo it for $6,000, you could potentially make a $4,500 assignment on this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then
so $6,000 will give a 15% cash on cash return. Total entry to the end buyer. Of that $6,000, you owe the seller $1,500. So
right.
You could potentially make $4,500.
But then we have to account for the cost of closing. Right?
Correct. And which on something like this will be very small. But in this situation, the way that I usually advertise is because we never know what closing costs are going to be. I would advertise this as, I would still say 15% cash on cash return with a $6,000 entry plus closing costs. Because again, closing costs could be $2,000, they could be $1,000, they could be $3,000. But I always advertise the cash on cash return without closing costs, just because I always advertise with hard numbers. I know all of these other numbers. I know the rental number. I know how much the seller is going to be receiving. I know how much I'm asking for. If there's an agent involved, I know how much I'm paying them. Those are all hard numbers. Closing costs, because title's not open yet, I don't have an estimated settlement statement. I don't have those things. That's not a hard number. So it's all of this hard numbers plus closing costs. That's how I advertise it. And then we'll figure out what closing costs are going to be. And if we got to work out a deal there, that's fine. But yeah, so $6,000 entry will give somebody a 15% cash on cash return with that property. If they can rent it for 15, yeah, AB 38106, 38106 and 38107 are the 2 that I have deals in. But yeah, that's if it rents for $1,500. Now, if it doesn't rent for $1,500, now your numbers are skewed, right? We just used the average, which is $1,500. But if you look at the rental meter for it, which I put up here, the median is $1,400. The lowest percentile is $1,300, with the highest percentile at $1,700. So I think it's fair to say $1,500. It'll be somewhere around there likely. And we can look up Zillow and look up rents in the area and see any active rental listings in that area. That's a good judge. So I think for that could be good, or wrap this to an owner occupant and find out what those numbers look like, of what somebody could, especially with that 3% interest rate. You have a lot of room there to play in interest rate arbitrage, to still make that a very appealing deal. Even if you only tacked on, let's just say 3 percentage points, they have a 6% interest rate, which is still below market, and you're making 3% on your money. So
before we hop into the wrap and the breakdown of the wrap, I saw yesterday that you posted that there's going to be some regulation coming to the state of Texas in regards to wraps. Now, is that law already in writing? Where is it in the process? Has it been signed into law, or is this a bill? What is the update for that?
I believe it's in the process. So they've been talking about this for a while now, and a lot of like the I just got a lead as well. A lot of the top guys in the space, like the John Jacksons, and another guy, Sohail, who is a gentleman who is a mortgage servicer. He provides servicing for notes. He's knows politicians that are on like the financial boards, all of these different things. Jeff Watson is an attorney who constantly flies out every single week pretty much to meet politicians and discuss this kind of stuff. So these guys have been talking about it for a while. Texas is one of the most regulated states in general. Somebody made a comment in one of the comments section saying like Texas wants, like they pretend to be a red state, but they certainly love their regulations like a blue state does. And so like contract for deed is almost impossible to do in Texas. Lease options are very, very difficult to perform in Texas. There's a lot of regulations. There's a lot of disclosures, a lot of different things. And now with this new servicing and wrap bill that is being passed as well, it's going to cause a lot of issues potentially in those scenarios. So what's basically taking place is, prior to this, you used to be able to just plug in an RMLO, which is a residential mortgage loan originator, so a licensed lender, and they are going to run, like John Jackson uses a woman by the name of Corinne Sparks. She's a licensed lender. She did my deal in Belton, Texas, a month or so ago. So we had an owner occupant. I plugged in Corinne. Corinne ran an application on the owner occupant. Corinne came back and said, here's what that application looks like. Here's where their credit score is. Here's all of this. According to everything I've collected, this individual has the ability to service this debt. They can handle the payments, all of these different things. Now, after that is done, Corinne creates a wrap package file. She makes it legal in the state of Texas by putting that file and information together, and then gives that to the seller and gives that to the owner occupant as well. So now it is met all of the guidelines required in the state of Texas. Well, now Texas is putting together all of these new changes where if an individual does more than 3 notes a year, then you have to be the licensed lender in those transactions. Where before, what people were doing was the licensed lender was the lender on file. Then when the closing was done, they were basically assigning that file over to the seller. So if I bought the property and I want to wrap it to an owner occupant, prior, I would have plugged in a licensed lender. They would be the lender on file. That file would close, and then that lender would assign that file to me. Well, now the state of Texas, if you do 3 or more of those, I can't do that anymore. I can't have them close on it and then assign it to me. I have to be the licensed lender in that scenario. So I'd have to go get my license, not a real estate agent license, but my lender license, my RMLO license, and I would have to be the lender on file for all of my entities. So one of my, like, you can't just be like, oh, well, I'll just go use a different LLC. Anything that you're attached to entity-wise would have to be a licensed lender in those. So they're just changing a lot of stuff, and I feel like it's just all a part of this big snowball that has taken place over the last couple of years with creative and subject twos and everything else. And so I think it's great for the people that were able to monetize off of creating a following during that period of time, because now they're making so much money doing other things that they don't really have to worry about this kind of stuff anymore. But it has created this giant snowball that now has actual things taking place. So, but right now it's only in the state of Texas for the most part. Texas is highly regulated. I bet if it passes there, it'll probably go to South Carolina, because South Carolina and Texas share very common disclosures and regulations when it comes to contract for deed, lease options, things like that. So shots fired. Yeah. I mean, it's true though. Like, and it's not even necessarily saying anything against certain individuals. When you get big enough, you no longer have to do the thing that you're known for. You're on to other things. Now you have a bunch of other services, and you're sitting up here, and it trickles down to other people. So, but yeah, I think South Carolina will follow along. Ohio has some stipulations as well. So, I think you'll start seeing it just like at the wholesale stuff. I think it'll trickle down, and it'll be interesting for sure. Texas accounts for 25% of the country's owner financing notes that are created in the country. 25%. So there's a reason why it's so important to make sure that the proper, I guess what happened, there's a new financial whoever's in charge of the board, they just got on like in 2021 or 2022. And so all the people that I know, like the John Jacksons and things like that, their whole goal is to like sit down with this new guy and make sure that because a lot of times with politicians, they don't understand the policy that they're even putting in place. They're not familiar 100% with owner finance notes and all of the intricacies of it. They're just putting like this blanket regulation in place. So it's the leaders in our space that their job is to go talk to these people to make sure that they understand what they're actually putting in place, how it potentially is going to affect, especially in a state like Texas, that they have 25% of the country's owner finance notes are created and originated in Texas. So if Texas goes the wrong way, again, that's 25. That's a huge. The dominoes will just fall everywhere else. So it's just, it is what it is. But yeah, so wraps, depending on where you're doing them, you just have to, like Dan was mentioning yesterday, having the proper representation on the wraps. It's no longer a space where you should feel comfortable, like, oh, I can just wild west this thing, and I'll just go find my owner occupant and plug them in, and we'll create this note at the title company and call it a day. See you later. Because in that language, in the wrap language, with this new bill, if it's done incorrectly and disclosures are not provided properly to the owner occupant has, or the end buyer, whoever it is, has 120 days post closing to refute, and they would get all principal. You'd have to pay back everything to the owner occupant. So imagine receiving the down payment, receiving payments up to that time, all of the money invested in time and everything else. And if you didn't do it the right way, that owner occupant can go file something and get everything reversed and given back to them. And what if you're a person that went and spent your down payment money already, and you already paid out the seller and you did all of these things, and now everything has to get unwound and paid back? Down payment, principal balance, fees, all of the different things, up to 120 days, 4 months post closing, if you don't have the proper disclosures in place. Now, is every owner occupant or buyer going to be savvy enough or whatever? No. But if anybody's been in this space long enough, whether you're a landlord or anything else, everyone's been threatened to be sued. Everyone's been, how many tenants I've had threatened to sue me because they claimed there was mold or something that didn't exist, but there's always threats all the time. So making sure that you know what I just got threatened to be sued a month ago on a creative deal because this guy was a nutcase. So there's always something that can be, making sure you can do it the right way.
Well, I'm going to be watching, I'm going to keep an eye on this, because this whole wrap thing is something that I just personally believe in a lot. I think that it really does offer a lot of value to not only the sellers that find themselves in these sticky situations, but also putting buyers that are good for the loans into these properties that may, for whatever reason, benefit from buying it on a wrap versus going to a lender, whether that be a lower rate or whatever else we have to offer them. And I am curious to know how this is going to play out because we've been seeing a lot of regulations coming through right now, especially for the traditional wholesale side of stuff. And I know that we're going to always continue to pivot, but at the same time, it is alarming, to see because it is happening. It's not something we could just ignore.
No, and I feel like people are like, "Oh, it's happening so quick," but I feel like these things have been in motion for a long time, and it's just like on the real estate side, NAR, the National Association of Realtors, is a giant corporation. It's got hundreds of millions of dollars, however much behind them. There's millions of agents in the United States that all pay fees to them and do like they lobby the government officials like they are, and they hate wholesalers. Wholesalers are a direct competition to them. So the wholesaling thing and real estate thing has been a huge talking point forever. But again, with now social media and all these different snowballs that have popped up over the last year, it seems like it's happening quick, but it's been in motion for a long time. It's just now, Jeff Watson is the attorney that I was talking about. He made a video the other day. He was sitting down with two of the top guys. One of them is potentially going to be the next guy in line of like politician governing body. And they were talking about it like in a closed door meeting that they are seeing the videos out there, like the creative finance video, like they know who these people are. They're watching these videos, like it's things that they're seeing. So again, prior to social media and the internet and all of these things that have been taking place over the last couple of years, it hasn't been in your face as it has been over. Not that they've been turning a blind eye to it, but it's like some stuff you can let go. Sometimes you can work with somebody, but if you're rubbing it in someone's face, it's like, dude, I can't turn away from this. You're making it impossible for me to turn away. I can't look the other way because I look here, you're here. Like I can't. You're everywhere. So
Right.
They're talking about videos behind closed doors with big shot on the financial board governing bodies. So there will be regulations, and it's not happening slow. Again, it feels fast, but it's been happening for a while now, and it's just So just got to do it the right way. It'll be like deal flow will slow down because you're gonna have to do it the right way. It's no more that you can do it like, oh, just sign the contract, close it out, like. But it is what it is. I still think there's ways to get it done.
There always will be.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's as big as like the NAR and all that is, there are also big real estate investing, like the Jerry Nortons who wants to create basically his own NAR. Like you have the 25% of notes are created in Texas. Like there are huge entities on the investing side that also can't see this get done a certain way. So like it has to be a joint effort. You can't just eliminate it altogether. Otherwise, like Dallas in Texas wanted to outlaw short-term rentals, and then a judge overruled it, and now there's a temporary ban on the ban because she said it's unconstitutional. You can't prohibit people from doing what they want with their properties. Also, she mentioned in the court case that there are thousands of people in this court in the joint court case that have millions of dollars at stake if we now prohibit them from using their properties as short-term rentals. They have millions of dollars invested to these properties. They're being used as investment, and now we're going to cut off their resource and basically tell them how are they going to pay their mortgages? How are they going to like? So there has to be a work together. It can't just be like eliminate it, be done with it, because there's going to be huge consequences in those scenarios and situations. So, but with this, just for the blanket conversation, the next thing would be wrapping to see what those numbers would look like on a wrap scenario to an owner occupant, which again, with a 3% interest rate, where's the PITI right here. So with a 3% interest rate, So this is why the breakdown of the PITI is important, because as you can see, We're going through all the exit strategies. Long-term rental cash flow is very, very little. If you can be all in around $5 to $6,000, that's a good cash on cash return. Midterm rental, short-term, none of those things make sense. So it's like, how do I buy this property and make money? Well, I could potentially go source an owner occupant and assign it to them or wrap it to them. So the PI is important because your payment that you're structuring with your end buyer, your owner occupant, is based off the principal and interest, not the taxes and insurance. So we need to separate the two. So the total payment is $1,121.55. We're not concerned with the escrow portion. We're only concerned with the principal and interest. So the $734.84 is the principal and interest on the underlying mortgage. So now we need to figure out what an estimated monthly payment could be on a wrap scenario. And I'm just going to use very, very simple numbers here. So let's just say current asking price is $235. So let's just say we tack on 10% to that. Again, very simple numbers. This may be how I would do it or not how I do it, but just for the quickness of this. So $235 plus 10% gives me a purchase price of $258,500. Let's just call it $260 for round numbers' sake. Owner occupant purchase price. Let's say we get them to give us again, just up 5% down payment. Let's just call it, just be very reasonable. So 5% down payment is $13,000. Down payment, $13,000, which gives a loan balance of, what's 260? Loan balance of $247. So in this scenario, we would be selling this to an owner occupant for $260,000 with a 5% down payment requirement, which is $13,000, giving a loan balance of $247. So they owe us $247,000. I don't know what the balance is on the underlying mortgage, but our equity in the property is the difference between $247 and whatever the balance is on that underlying mortgage. So now I would go into my 10B2 calculator and I would type in 247 as my loan balance. Let's just do 6% interest. Gives me a monthly payment of $1,480. So here, I'm going to update this. 6% interest rate equals $1,480.89 PI. And we said 1,480 minus, what's our 734? That's a $746 a month cash flow by wrapping it at 6%. Now let's say $746 a month.
Okay.
And the reason that you break the PITI apart is, again, your principal and interest on fixed financing doesn't change. That number will always be $734.84. That number doesn't change. The escrow portion can change because your taxes and insurance, your taxes could go up, it could go down. Your homeowner's insurance, you might get a new policy next year and it's a lower policy or a higher policy. So that escrow could potentially change. That PITI, the total amount monthly, could change every year. Could go up a little, could go down a little bit. But that PI never changes. So when you're figuring out your rep numbers to the owner occupant, you want to base them off the PI number because that number doesn't move. So now I know every single month I'm making $746 a month because I'm basing that off the PI of the underlying mortgage. Not off some people will do it off the total PITI amount. So they're like, oh, total PITI is $1,121 a month. I want to make $500. So just do $1,121 plus 500. Now I'm making $500 a month every single month. Well, it's like, yeah, but what happens if that $1,121 becomes $1,200 because taxes, now you're not making $500 anymore. So you have to base it off the PI, the principal and interest of that underlying mortgage, in order to really know what you're making every single month. Because now this person owes me $1,480 a month plus taxes and insurance. So they're responsible for their escrow for the taxes and insurance. That's separate, additional to the $1,480. $1,480 gets paid to me every month. I owe $734.84 on my principal and interest on the underlying. They're paying me $1,480, so I'm making $746 every month, and then they're taking care of the taxes and insurance. So that's why it's so important for that mortgage statement when you're doing creative, getting a mortgage statement, not a screenshot of the portal, none of those things, because the mortgage statement has the breakdown of the PITI. It has the total PITI, and then it has principal, interest, and then escrow. So now you can take those numbers and you know what the breakdown is of that total PITI number.
Okay.
So now you owe the seller, let's just say again, this very blanket general strategy here.
Really quick.
You
though,
owe the
Matt,
seller $1,500. Go ahead.
when it comes to the wrap, right? Because we have to also account for there's going to be additional expenses in wrapping this versus doing, like a sub two and assigning or something like that. What are those expenses going to look like for us to, going ahead and get all the paperwork? Because it's a lot of paperwork, right, that needs to get filed for something like this. This isn't just, in and out kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's legit individuals, like, again, mentioning that Sohail individual who he's big in the creative space. If anybody here is in any of the creative groups, you'll see him posting all the time. He's great at giving updates on all these new regulations, and he also runs a note servicing company. So making sure that all of your notes are up to code and regulations, making sure they're being serviced correctly, making sure like escrow, disbursements, all of the different things. So getting somebody like him plugged in, I don't know his exact, but I would imagine somewhere between $1,000, $1,500. You're going to want an attorney and somebody like himself involved in making sure that everything is done correctly. So not too much more, and depending on how you structure it, those could be passed. It could be a pass through to the buyer, where maybe instead of asking for $13,000, we ask for $15,000, or something along those lines. You can ask for an origination points. There's different ways to do it to pass it through, but it's probably another $1,000 or $1,500 to make sure it's done correctly. There's a servicing company that you're going to want included after closing. Servicing companies charge $25 to $50 a month to handle the monthly payments, the escrow disbursements, and all of that kind of stuff. So that's a very small nominal fee post-closing that a buyer would be responsible for. There's also things that you are not allowed to pass along to your end buyer as well. So that's why it's very important to be in touch with proper professionals, like let's just say like PMI. There's different things that you are technically responsible for that you can't pass through to your end buyer. So, this property's got solar, it's got PMI, it's got this, it's got that. Total payments, $2,000 for all of that. I'm going to make them pay for it. Well, according to certain states and regulations, not all of those things qualify for an end buyer to be responsible for. You have to be responsible for it. So, of course, there's ways to do it, but you just have to, again, work with professionals in this space that know how to do that. And know what you can and can't do. Because again, you never want to be in a position after closing where you didn't do it the right way, and then all of a sudden you get a little savvy buyer, or something happens where your relationship goes wrong somehow, and now all of a sudden they become disgruntled, and now they're going to look for them, and they're able to find it. So, but again, in this very, very general scenario here, you could potentially make $700 a month by giving them a 6% interest rate, which is still below market rents or rates, and then also only a 5% down payment of $13,000. So you can see how much wiggle room you have in those numbers to still make it very appealing.
Yeah. Savion asks how you determine how much equity the seller has into the property based on a mortgage statement.
So equity to me is property value minus fees. So just because, let's say I owe $100,000 on my mortgage and my property's worth $200,000. Yeah, technically I have $100,000 in equity, right? But I'll never get my hands, generally speaking, on $100,000 because in order to get my hands on that $100,000, it's going to cost me money somehow, some way. It's going to cost me a cash out refinance, which there's closing costs, there's fees associated with that. So I'm not walking away with 100 there. I'd have to sell my property in order to get that 100 grand, but I'm not going to get the 100 if I sell it on the market because I'm going to have to pay a listing agent, buyer's agent, closing costs, maybe seller concessions, all of that. So the way that I estimate equity is property value minus fees, and then whatever they owe on the property, whatever that difference is. So usually I take off 10% in that situation to account for, even if it's off market. Because again, you want me to give you your equity. Okay. I can do that in some sort of way. But in order for you to get access to your own equity, I don't care where you go. It's going to cost you money. Even if you pull out a HELOC, go to the bank, go to a lender, go to a credit union, whoever you want, go get a HELOC, go get a home equity line of credit, and they'll tap you into your equity. But that HELOC's not free. There's a rate on that HELOC, and usually it's floating. Usually it's against prime of some sort. So it's going to cost you money there to get access to your equity. And they're probably not going to give you access to all 100 grand. They're going to cap you out. They're going to give you 90% LTV or 80% LTV, something along those lines. So it's always value minus fees minus the mortgage. And again, principal balance is not the same as payoff. So they will show you that mortgage statement. Let's just say the mortgage statement shows a principal balance of $100,000. That is not, if they were to sell their property, the payoff is not $100,000. The lender adds in fees when you pay off a mortgage. So on a mortgage of that size, $100,000, the fees won't be that much, but still there's going to be $2,000 in fees, $3,000 in fees, whatever. The higher price properties, fees might be higher. So the principal balance isn't necessarily what the payoff is going to be. You have to tack on some money there as well to close out a loan. So mortgage statement is just a good starting point. And again, you're not adding on too much for that, but like a $300,000 house, if it's a $300,000 principal balance, I'm calling payoff 305, just as a round general statement, 305. And then I'm doing 305. You're asking $400,000 right now on the market. So $400,000 minus 10% for fees minus 305 is your actual equity that you would get your hands on if you sold it for full value right now on the market.
Gotcha. So what would be the step if we were to look at this as a wrap, right? What would be the step to, I guess, like getting that buyer? Because here's what I did with the Mesa deal that went wrong, right? And this is like, look, I'm a really straightforward guy. I really try to talk about the wins, but I also will talk about what I've learned. And I've told the agent that was representing the seller to put in the description of the listing that the seller is open to creative finance, right? Because my intention was, okay, well, this agent is going to get offers and the agent will bring it to me and then I'll negotiate something. Didn't happen. Someone went to the agent and made an offer direct to the agent, and they didn't cut me out of the deal, but I wasn't in the deal, right? I wasn't really involved in the deal. I didn't position myself in a way where they had to negotiate with me, right? And what would you say, like, to get that owner occupant in the time period that makes sense? And I think that it sounds like a good option, right, for a wrap. You know, if there's really that much money to be made per month, right? Because what do you make an assignment fee essentially, right? Like if I can negotiate with the seller to essentially walk away with nothing because the seller already recognizes, you know, they are way upside down on this. They already have you know, payments they've fallen behind on. So if I can ask them to catch up those payments and just take care of the cost of the closing, and I get it really like actually $0, maybe 5%. You said was what? Let's take a look. 5% is 13 down, 13,000. So that would be 13 to me and the 17, of course, minus fees or whatever, and a JV cost, whatever it is, that whatever it takes. But $750 a month is what the difference is roughly.
I would do this two ways. I would either, if I want to be the middleman, then structuring this like so. And again, this is just a general quick thing of just adding 10% to what they're asking for right now and 5%. And again, 5% down, I always play worst case scenario because sometimes depending on the market, depending on whatever, you will get 10% or close to 10%. But other times it'll be tough. If it's a small population, if it's whatever the case is, you might not get 10%, or it might take you a while to get 10%. So are you willing to pay the underlying mortgage for 90 days or 100 days post closing until you source that owner occupant? A lot of people don't want to do that. So they're willing to take 5% as opposed to waiting for the 10. So it just depends. But in this general scenario here, I would either be the middleman and look for terms similar to this, where I'm making anywhere from $500 to $700 a month, or I would potentially just source an owner occupant and assign them the actual terms of the underlying mortgage. So I'm not even going to mark it up. I'm not even going to give them the 6%. I'm not even going to give them the higher monthly payment or anything like that. I'm going to give them access to the 3% interest rate and access to the $11.21 a month monthly payment. And in that scenario, I'm going to request a $20,000 down payment. So what I'll do is I'll take the principal balance that the underlying mortgage is. I'll add $20,000 to that, and then I'll call it a $20,000 down payment. And now their loan balance is the underlying mortgage. And now I just made $20,000 assignment by assigning directly owner occupant to the seller. So one is quick cash, the same way that wholesaling is, right? You're just assigning the underlying terms to the owner occupant. That's wholesale. That's a quick check. And then the other one is the long check. That's actually getting involved in the deal, being the middleman and creating the terms and going through that process of sourcing and finding that owner occupant, and you making that $500 or $700 a month and getting that down payment and everything else.
I mean, it's gonna take about the same amount of time to get somebody to either give you the 20,000 down or the 13,000 down, right? Like on a deal like this, you'd think.
Do you think it would take you longer to find someone to give you $13,000 at 6% or 20,000 at 3%?
I mean, it's more of a down payment, so I don't know.
And 20,000 is just like a general number that it could be 16, it could be, but it would be more than the $13,000 request on the wrap.
Well, okay, so what's a realistic time frame for a deal like this? I mean, because I had this one for 30 days and like I couldn't really get the ball rolling fast enough, I don't think, on the marketing side.
I mean, it just, what's the, let's see here.
Because ideally,
You know what's a good indicator?
I don't want to come out of pocket, to get in the deal. I'd rather have an inspection period, like wholesaling and get somebody in there before we close, right?
I mean, that's always the grand. That's the grand. If it depends on what you're trying to do. Are you like? I would. You either leave it up like you. This has to be like what Dan was saying. This has to be a deal where you're willing to close on it and find the owner occupant for the increased terms, or assign the underlying terms to somebody else. But if you're not willing to purchase this property, then you need to go into it only with the one strategy of like, I need to find an owner occupant. Therefore, you're not going to close unless you find an owner occupant. And then I would just do a non-exclusive then at that point. Like, you guys stay active on the market while I find my person.
Okay. I'm going to keep that in mind. So what would you think should be done, with this deal? Because I told the seller I'd give them a call back, after we.
I'm starting to not be mad at the because I've had a couple now that have filled out forms or called and their properties are listed on the market. I have one right now. I sent to Paul yesterday. It's outside of where's the fuck is that? Tyler, Texas. Where is it at? Where did he say? Bullard, but yeah, Tyler, Texas, which is kind of by like Killeen and stuff like that. But the guy's on market for 350, and I think the house is worth 350, but it's a very small population. He's willing to sell it to us for 260. So I'm starting to notice that like any PPC lead that comes in that's on market, there is a chance that it could turn creative and that they're willing to sell it for a very reduced price just because, hey, again, that's always the biggest struggle with off market, right? Is the seller potentially has the balls. They have the ego in that scenario. Like, you don't want to meet my number? No problem. I'll just list this thing on the market and I'll sell it first day. They can play whatever scenario they want in their head and be like, I'm the hottest dude on the block. All I got to do is throw a for sale sign in front of my house and this thing will sell. And you are like, I don't want this guy to list because now I have all this competition. So I got to lock him up beforehand. When this property has already been on the market for 40, 50, 80 days,
right,
there's no ego. You can't lie to me. I already know. I'm looking at it right now. I see the price reductions. I see the market time. I see all. You have now experienced what being on the market is, and now you're coming to me. You just filled out a cash offer website, and you're looking to sell this thing for what it should be selling for, which, again, that guy's trying to ask 350. It's not selling. He's willing to sell it for 260. It's a 22% discount. I got another one right now in the Riverdale area. It's listed for like 135. They're willing to get rid of it for 80, and we're trying to get it for less than that. So it's like, I'm not mad at the on market ones because those ones, when they come in, seem like, again, they've already experienced on market. So they're willing to like look at other things.
right.
You want traditional or cash, you go on market. Well, if you're already on market and no one's offering you what you want or what you need, you got to come to somebody like us.
Okay. So in that case, me hopping back on the phone with the seller, I should pretty much just ask, if they're willing to catch it up at closing and take care of the closing costs, and then I just take over the payments.
Yeah, do it that way, and just let them know. Be like, hey, I ran my numbers this morning. It's unfortunately rents in the area are between $1,300 and $1,500 after taking out expenses. Not a great rental property. I'd probably be losing a couple dollars every single month. It's got no HOA, so I looked at short-term rental numbers for like Airbnb. Not really any. The closest ones I could find were 7 to 10 miles away. And I looked at midterm rental. I looked at all my strategies, and none of them really can work in this scenario. One that I have left is sourcing or seller financing to an owner occupant who would live in the property. I have a database of owner occupants that I would love to be able to put this in front of. So that's pretty much my only strategy that I have left on this property that I'd like to explore.
Okay.
Setting the groundwork for like, hey, I'm not going to be this investor guy that comes and puts a long-term I'm not going to just, this is where I'm going to have to be. This is what it's going to look like. So I'm going to start marketing to owner occupants to put them in this property that are willing to pay the terms that we're agreeing on. And you can even, if they're only asking for $1,500 too, you can incentivize them in that situation. Like, hey, if I find somebody that's willing, you don't even have to tell them what you're offering it to them for, but like, hey, if I'm able to do this and I find somebody quickly enough, I'm willing to, instead of pay you $1,500, I'm willing to pay you $2,500. I'm willing to give you more money by allowing me to find this person.
Yeah, I mean, I think just the only thing is she's already behind, so that 1,500 would be a lot more than 1,500, right? Because it'd be the arrears plus.
Well, yeah, whatever the dollar amount is, but even so, let's just say it's 5% on this made up scenario that I made right here is 13 grand. So if you gave her $3,000, you're still making 10 grand.
And then the other thing that Dan was talking about, and I can appreciate this even more now than ever, is like not locking anything up unless you really know it's a done deal. Do you think this is a done deal? Like, do you think there is somebody that would pay 5%, or I mean, even 5% on the 6% interest, but 5% down? The lower down payment. Does that seem plausible?
I mean, that's where I'm at usually most of my time is 5%.
Okay.
Again, depends. I mean, I don't like this because it's a smaller market, but that's why having transparent conversations is so incredibly important. I I had this conversation with Carter. When you run into these types of properties, again, the population is, let's see, 14,000. The city is growing at a 2% annually. Population has increased 10% since 2020. So, I mean, not the biggest, but not the smallest. I'd have to look like what's the nearest metro. I mean, it's outside Birmingham. It is setting expectations with sellers and listing agents. So, like what I was telling Carter, like in this scenario, he just sent me one in a nice part of Florida, and there was another one in Tampa the other day. Like there are certain properties where you're like, this is a huge market. This is a turn. Like you feel very confident that I can find somebody and whatever. And I'm still gonna have a transparent conversation. But something like this is where I call them back and I'm like, here, I just spent the last 30 minutes underwriting all of my numbers. Long-term rental numbers are here. Your mortgage payment is this. After I remove my expenses, here's what I'm not going to work. It's not enough money to, that's $95 a month I'm potentially making. One filter change and I'm losing money. Like it's just not going to be something that makes sense. Short-term rental, whatever. I'm still very interested in the property because of that underlying mortgage of 3%. It's a nice property. It's turnkey, all of these things, but I'm only left with one scenario here. And I don't want to lead you on and say, here, this is 100% something I can do, because there are some challenges that we're seeing here. As you already know, you've been on the market for 50 days and you're still active. So you understand the challenges just as much as I do. So I don't even have to, I'm not telling you a new story. So what I can tell you is, though, that I'm very experienced with finding owner occupants on seller finance terms. And so I do have confidence that I would be able to find somebody, but I don't want to lead you on and say it's a 100% guarantee that I will be able to find somebody for this property. But if we can execute an agreement, maybe make it non-exclusive, so allow you to stay on the market. And if you get a traditional offer, you're free to accept it, but allow me the time to go find my owner occupant. I have good faith that I'd be able to do so.
Okay. Well, I mean, that sounds about right. Let's call them. I'll see what I can negotiate and see if they'll accept, walking away with nothing, taking care of the closing costs and catching up the loan, and if it works, it works.
Just say that if they'll, and again, you're asking them to do something, and I get it's a risk for them. Like even the sellers of my Florida deal, like they wanted to confirm with me, like, hey, if we pay this and the payment does go down, do you think you'll be able to find somebody for this property now? And I told them, I was like, go call your lender, give me an estimate of what the new payment will be, and then give me 48 to 72 hours and I will let you know. Don't make the payment yet until I'll go talk to my people that have already reached out to me. I don't want you to invest into this deal without, so they got me the new estimate of $24.95 a month, gave me 48 to 72 hours. I went back, got in front of everybody, and then I was able to grab somebody, got the assignment, told them, hey, I got somebody ready to go as long as it is what you say it is. So then they went and made the payment. So I understand, like, it's an investment on the seller side, especially if you're not 100% sure. So you can just let them know, like, if they do, call the lender, see what the new payment would be, make sure all of that's correct before making that payment. And then if they do make that payment, let them know that if you find somebody, you're willing to pay them, let's just say $3,000.
Okay.
Because I do think you should be able to dispo that thing for somewhere around $13,000. Let's call it 11. Let's call it 12, 13, somewhere around there, where you're still making 5, 6, 7, 8 grand, hopefully, at that point. And then they're able to recoup what they paid out.
Let's give it a shot. I'm gonna give the seller a call. Let me know if you can hear the call. Send her a text. I'm gonna call her one more time here. No answer. I think they're at work or something. You are muted, Mr. Matt Riley.
That's why I think it's important. That's why I kind of like the on market stuff, because again, you can have a more transparent conversation, and it's not like, again, when you're off market, sellers think wholesalers are just making up numbers. Like, oh, you want 100 grand, I can only give you 40, and the seller's like, where did you get that number from? Like, I'm not selling my $100,000 house for 40. They think you're just making up numbers and you're trying to screw them out of their equity and everything else. Where on market, you have the ability to have a more honest and transparent conversation. Like, what I'm telling you, you already know. You're already on the market. You wouldn't be calling me if you were received, like, if the seller is on market and they are taking it amongst themselves to go on Google and look up cash purchasing companies, something is going on. And so I can have a more honest and upfront conversation with you. I'm not painting a picture that you don't understand already. And so you understand the challenges that I'm telling you, so I don't even need to really go through them. What I can, instead of showing you the challenges, what I can do is show you what my potential outcome could be. And just to let you know, it's probably going to take me 30 days. Maybe it takes me sooner, best case scenario, but it's probably going to take me about 30 days to go into my database and to continue my marketing and all that kind of stuff. But if you allow me that opportunity to do so and go look for that person, then, here's what I could possibly do. Give you $3,000 and, whatever else you guys come up with.
Okay. Hey man, if all else fails, maybe it looks like a beautiful house. Might be something to buy for myself.
Oh, here we go again. Here we go. That one. Yeah, man, it's a nice house. That's why I like on market too, is like, if they give you permission, you don't have to go get boots on the ground and go take photo. Like, there's professional photos already here. There's a listing description already here. Like, now, if they allow you to do so, they can just add owner financing available in the listing description. You can go to your owner occupants and start showing them these professional photos, painting this picture in the best light as possible. So I think it's definitely something that, bro, who are these fucking wholesalers that call me all the time, man?
Off the Google ad.
I don't know. I just got a text. The reason I called you was to ask if you were to home. Dude, I was gonna drop because the CRM records, and I had a couple wholesalers call me for a couple of my properties that I had listed, and I was gonna drop one of the calls. It was so bad. It was so, and I didn't want to do it to the guy because he was a nice guy, but
They always are, huh?
if you guys are sounding like this on the phones, know your strengths and know your weaknesses. If I was a seller, there's just no way. Like, I don't even know. I'd like to think if this guy spent another 100 hours doing it, he'd be an absolute, maybe it's just a new learning curve thing, but there's a part of me that's like, I just don't know if you're a guy that should be on the phone. It's like, not because he had like an accent or anything, just like truly him. Like, there was so much dead silence. There were so many there was no confidence. He was asking me questions that I already had in the everybody here knows how I make my descriptions. I'm very detailed. I break it down, everything in there. And you're asking me these questions that are already there. And then And then he's like, oh, sorry, I'm not in front of my computer right now. And it's like, well, why the fuck are you calling me? If you're not ready to go, if you're making a phone call, have it ready to go. Because now that you're not ready to go, now you're going, well, all right, well, let me get in front of my computer and I'm going to look at that and I'll call you back. It's like, dude, you think I'm going to answer your phone when you call me back after this conversation? It's just, it's bad, man.
Hey, but those are the people that, are the competition that everybody's still worried about, People that are not prepared.
I think that's the competition, but also, yeah,
the reason why we're getting regulated, right? That's what it is, Matt. The reason why we're getting regulations.
And you can't, just real estate agents have their license and there's a ton of bad ones. So you can't like account for everybody. But yeah, man, like that, again, sellers are unfamiliar with what we do. So when that guy calls and then you call right after, that seller thinks he doesn't know any better. He thinks you both work together. Stop calling you guys call me all day. You guys call me all. He's like, sir, this is my first time I called you. And it's like, well, the 15 guys before you, he thinks you all work together. So it's like, just be ready. KYS, know your shit. Just be ready. Don't tell me you're not in front of your computer. Don't ask me questions that are already in the post and the description where I outlined it for you. I even included 5 comps in my post description, details, updates, upgrades, what the property needs, photos, and they still, man, it is what it is.
Well, I definitely appreciate you, Matt, for going through all of this with us all and breaking down these numbers. The seller, they didn't pick up, but once they give me a call back, I'll be glad to let you all know how that call goes.
Yep, just send out the invite. Because you got to do it live now. You told everybody you would.
Oh, I always do, man. I locked up a deal last Saturday live. Documents signed on the call. We really do this business. We really talk to people. Now it's just a matter of dialing in and getting these to close so that I can reinvest. AB's asking about Toledo. I signed that one live. That one, we did all that stuff live too. That one's closing this week, I believe, if the title company can get their act together. But we got some stuff closing. It's not the big deals, man. I need a big deal. I want to get a nice 40 bomb. I have this one lead in Ohio. Guy wants to sell his house for $100K, and I already have one of Sco's buyers told me he'd give me 140 for it. I just got to get him to, get that ball rolling. He's in a real sticky situation though. I can tell he's not a BSer. He's just in a situation. So I'm talking to him on Thursday. Then, we got an exciting event. I'm going to be heading over to Miami this Friday. I'm going to be out there for a couple of days going to the meetup. Hey, I'm not spending any money, man. I'm staying in the house, all right? You're not going to see me buying any Rolex or nothing, all right? You won't
we need that we need that Twitter page that follows like all of the private jets and they know like exactly which like celebrity or whoever it is and they're like the jet tracker. We need to track your whereabouts when you're flying over.
Hey, man.
To tweet, yeah, that's good. The jet tracker. We got to put John Johnson on the jet tracker.
John, I'm not gonna be sliding for tomorrow, bro. I already bought the ticket for Miami, and I can't just go back and forth. It's 8 hours from where I'm at to get on the plane, so can't make that one. But you gotta slide to Miami, man. Slide to Miami. I'll come to another meetup, but in the upcoming year, I really want to do like a actual REI Rev meetup. But it's a process, man. This stuff, it takes time. You guys have kind of seen me over the last year and a half and like what I've been up to. But it certainly is not an overnight thing. It's a lot of learning that goes into it, and I'm staying consistent with it, staying consistent with the marketing. And that's the biggest thing, dude. Like a lot of people, and I talk about it with the guys in the chat. A lot of people want to just spend $1,000 and feel like all their problems are going to be solved because they bought some course, but that $1,000 is better spent marketing. You're going to get a better result, actually getting real experience. But I know you've got some leads that are coming in. You're looking like you got to get on the phone. I don't know. Do you get on the phones, Matt, anymore, or you got Mr. Main Man Carter out here? He's calling these leads.
Carter's killing it. He does a lot of that. I still have to all the calls that come in through the CRM go to my phone. So there are times where I gotta, my output though is definitely decreased in terms of like how much I actually have to spend on the phone, which has been fantastic. So he's taken a huge burden off of me there. And then
That's awesome.
sometimes I have to get on conference calls, stuff like that. I'll still hop on. Anything with like lenders or attorneys and stuff like that, I'll still do. So really just depends. But it allows me now to do other things like again, increase our PPC budget, do underwriting, help with dispo, all that kind of stuff. So it's been good.
That's awesome.
Oh, what's this?
Just remember, Carter.
3 clicks.
Once you tap in, man, when you tapped in with Matt, you're in a really great spot. Just remember,
But
just remember,
But
the amount of work that goes into making that whole thing run. So run it up with Matt, man. Run it up.
I think Carter's gonna be. I'm not leaving. Yeah, Carter's good. Carter has been a breath of. He's been a breath of fresh air compared to. It's good. I don't foresee the same outcome. I don't believe.
That's good. That's good.
We're gonna be closing 3 deals this month.
Boom.
3 or 4, I think. I can't remember. We got a Dalton JV. We got a Detroit deal that PPC lead that Carter locked up for $4,500, and we dispoed it for 28.5, which I probably should have increased it, but it is what it is. 28.5. We got a deal in Florida closing at the end of the month, and then if we got one of these other PPC ones we have under contract, so 3, potentially 4 this month.
Nice. You guys, it's incredible to see, man. I guess, how did you meet Carter? Was he in here?
Carter was in here, yeah. I never really seen him floating around or anything. Paul, shout out Paul. Carter went and was talking to, because he wanted to get into like the commercial real estate space. So he connected with Paul, and Paul sent me a message and was just like, "Hey, if you're interested, you should talk to this kid. He's super smart. He's graduating college. He came in and knows his stuff." So talked to him, and I thought it was a good fit. And yeah, man, it's been great.
That's fantastic. I remember he was working on a land lead out there in Texas at one point.
Carter lays low too, which has been a difference from other ventures. So even with, I imagine he's learned hopefully a lot over this last 2 months or so, but I still never really see him popping up. Like he just he's good at laying low, sticking to the he knows exactly what to do. So absolutely appreciate it.
That's awesome. We're proud of you, man. Keep it
If he
up.
wants to stunt out, he absolutely can. I'm not limiting him in that at all. But I'm just going off of what I'm seeing. It doesn't seem like he wants to be the guy, like the main event. He's happy. Carter is happy being a role player for sure, and a very good one.
That's awesome. Well, I mean, I know that one seller didn't pick up. I'm happy to call the other lead that came in though through the campaign here. Let me pull it up. And then I also got a email from that one deal with the Colleen seller.
Yeah, did you get that just now?
I just got that, yeah. That guy ghosted us, man. I've called him, sent him text, say, "Hey man, let me get you another 2,000, to close this out." Nothing.
I just don't get the dude, you're $25,000 behind, whatever he was behind on his, like, what's the goal of, I think I'm guessing that dude eventually was just like, I'm moving to New York. I'm probably going to be there for a few years renting. Like, he's just going to let the property go. Is my guess.
Probably.
Which I don't get why though, because I know he wasn't getting any money out of the deal, but he still could have. I don't know. Some people just don't really. Unfortunately, you see it a lot with VA too, because again, they don't have any like skin in the game. A lot of times, they don't have a lot of like, so they just say, "Who cares?" No.
Let's see. This one is a manufactured home, so we know how these go. I've been getting some of these leads come in. They say, "Hey, yeah, would you buy the mobile home? But like, let me keep the land."
Do you want those leads or no?
I don't want those leads per se because I don't know what to do with the mobile homes. I don't have any system in place to profit off that type of
What
money.
I had what I had them do is add it to my form that says like, is this a mobile home or land? And they have to say yes or no. So at least I know when the form comes in, I'll read it on there and it'll say mobile home, land, yes or no. Um, so what I'm going to do now is because I'm getting a lot of wholesalers too that are filling out forms, which again, I can't stop anybody from filling out a form, of course, but I'm going to add it to my form where it says like, are you a wholesaler or attempting to assign a contract, yes or no? And trying to figure out a way to like tell them like, if you are, don't fill this out. If you're a mobile home or land, don't fill like, no,
I mean, the
because it's
only
just
thing that I see is
raising my
like
costs.
you're paying for the click regardless, right? After they click, you already got charged, right? So you might as well get something from it. You know, whether that's just an address and maybe you could see, you know, if it's say it's an on market deal, it's a wholesaler that's contacting you. That's obviously not going to work, right? But you could follow up with that agent and say, "Hey, look, I know that this isn't working with cash, but we could do something creative here," right? That's kind of how I'm seeing it with the mobile home stuff. I mean, if they'll sell me the land, I was talking to one person, you know, the issue is, you know, they've got to be down for the novation because, like, they could be sitting on some land, but there's nothing that I can personally do. You know, I got to be able to put this on the market.
Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, like you said, I don't have the resources to deal with mobile home or land. Like it's so much, it's so much different underwriting and comps, and I just don't have the wherewithal to spend the time to do that. I would rather like if I do get it, just pass it to somebody. But then again, it's like is that even going to go anywhere? What's the likelihood of it actually happening? So
Mm-hmm.
I would prefer to not even have them fill out the form. Like you said, yes, I can't prevent them from clicking the link. Of course, that's going to be a but just don't fill out the form. I would rather that money go towards,
Well, you already
but
get
it is
you
what it
already
is.
get charged. You know, when they click your
Yeah,
link.
exactly. That's why there's, yeah. And thankfully they have the system in place where it prevents like the click fraud where like companies will hire where they'll come and click your shit like 1,000 times.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, so they have that built-in software to prevent that from happening. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I had them change the photos on my landing page, like because I don't only want it to be like piece of shit rundown houses either, because that's what they
Mm-hmm.
originally were showing on the landing page, like just burned down. It's like that's great, but I also because I do creative, I want you to also put like turnkey properties. I don't want a turnkey owner occupant to look at my landing page and be like, I need to sell my house, but this doesn't look like it's going to be for me. So then they go on to the next one. So I had them add in like turnkey, newer properties, and I'd love to be able to add language to the landing page that, it's just,
I'll send you
it's
my
a lot of
link. You can
stuff.
see what I've got. I changed I also made some adjustments to the heading and that kind of stuff. Some of the copy because I also wanted
Did
to
you get
create.
one through them or did you do it yourself?
I did it through them. Like I already made one myself, but they were like, "Let's use this." I'm like, "All right." I
Yeah.
mean, there's some things that I'd want to change, and they were cool. You know, that the whole campaign, you know, changed when I got involved. You know, with the guy who's running the shots. You know, and he actually got on the campaign and set it up. Um, but
Well, they haven't let me do anything really.
yeah, I changed a couple of things. The marketing angle that I'm taking is not the sell your house fast cash as is. You know, that's not it. It's like the peace of mind. Like, you know what I'm saying? We had a conversation about that. This like taking the stress out of selling and also creating urgency by selling now. Like that's what it is. And that's why I think a lot of
Yep.
people are filling out the form that might already be on market is because they don't feel excluded, you know, from being able to fill out the form.
That's what I was. Yeah, like I don't want anyone to look at my landing page and ever feel like, oh, that's not for me, so I'm not going to fill that out.
And then the other thing that I also learned, Matt, is like even though there are some things we can tweak to make it better, a lot of it really is just like numbers, and getting people on the page, getting in front of the people.
Yep.
So let's give this lady Tori a call and give her a call and see if she picks up. It's John Johnson with Cash or Creative. Reaching out about that. So I'll call them. Then if they don't answer the first time, I send a text. I mention the property, street, and then they will typically see that message. When I call them on the second go, they will pick up or they'll text me back, and then I call them and get on the phone.
What's the name of the company?
My company,
Yeah,
Cash or Creative.
that's hot. It's a good one.
Dude, I was so hyped when I got the domain. It was for sale for like $5K at one point. But
Was it?
Like, it was a glitch because they didn't have it. I waited for it to expire. It was crazy how it all played out. It was just one random morning. I was so sick. I woke up and it was available for like $10, so I bought it.
Hold on one second.
Yeah. PDRE says if I come across any mobile home leads to send it to them. I haven't come across any mobile home parks that are being sold. That would be pretty cool though to run a campaign. But I mean, the leads for the mobile homes, they're like beat up, shitty houses, and they just want to sell them. They don't want to. They don't want to sell the land, the property that actually sits on. I'm gonna give that one lady a call back here. Hey Sharice, this is John. I did want to give you a quick call back because I got a chance to sit down with my underwriter and we actually went through all the numbers together. And so, this one is a little bit of a tight sell because of the fact that, we reviewed it for a few different things. Number one was going to be a long-term rental if we could hold this to be a rental property. And it just, after all of the estimated expenses, it looks like it'd be about $70 to $90 per month that we'd be earning. But you do have, something going for you with this lower interest rate. And the main thing would be, call dropped here. Sorry about that. Did we get disconnected? Oh, okay. Did I catch you at a good time? Is now a good time to chat? Is now a good time to chat, or were you busy? Okay, well, no worries. But yeah, so we were looking at the numbers, and we think that it might be possible for us to take over the payments on that existing financing. My only question would just be, because I know that we have to catch some of these arrears up. Would you be able to catch up those arrears um, for us? Okay, and then that other, I know that you said that you were speaking to some other investor. Did they ever come back with that cash offer? And was it just significantly way too low? Okay. What was that offer? What did they offer you? Now, did they offer to take care of cost of closing? Would you be walking away with something? Okay. I mean, are you leaning towards that? Is this something that you'd want to take? Okay, no worries. Well, I just wanted to make sure, I'm big on, trying to help people. So if you have an offer on the table where, you could potentially get the arrears caught up, pay off that mortgage, and then walk away with something, I'd want that to be, the best case scenario. I don't know that that's going to be possible, to be honest with you, at least in this situation. And so I do want to, set an expectation that I can actually follow through with. And so, I mean, if you were to take care of the arrears, and catch those up, and then maybe, we could work on those closing costs. Is that something that you'd like to explore? Okay. I mean, there's probably a few things to think about. Is it just you're looking to walk away with something specific? Okay. Okay. And this, I know that it is currently listed. What would be the arrangement with the agent? Hmm. Okay, so then that wouldn't be an expense, an added expense. Um, okay. I mean, yeah, I think that, if this is something that you would like to explore, I could definitely look into this a little bit more. Like I said, I want to see you win on this. So, I want to kind of play with some of these numbers and see, what would be the max that we could really commit to. But what I'm kind of thinking would probably be the best option because, you do have that lower interest rate. I think that, we might be able to get an owner occupant in there. I'd need a little bit of time. So maybe, a period of 30 days, 45 days is pretty standard. We should be able to get this closed out. And, if you were, able to go on ahead and take care of catching up those arrears, that would be super helpful. Okay, well, what are your thoughts on that so far? I mean, I just want to make sure I don't let you go if you have any questions or maybe something's unclear. Okay, and did you have a timeline in mind for when you'd like to get the ball rolling? Okay, and so you're not currently staying here, right? It's vacant. Oh, are you living here right now? Okay. I mean, did you have a place you were planning on going after selling this? Okay, so you got all that figured out. All right, well, Um, well, then why don't we do this? Why don't we reconnect at some point, maybe tomorrow, and we can kind of take a look at maybe an agreement, and then if there's anything else that we need to address, we could address that. But if we could, get the ball rolling, let's say tomorrow, that would be giving us enough time to run title and make sure that, we have the updated payoff and that kind of stuff, at least from title. Would that work for you? Okay, well, I'll give you a call back then tomorrow. What time works best for you? Okay. Well, then I'll give you a call back tomorrow around, let's say, 12 or 1. 12 is fine? Okay, well, I'll give you a call back then tomorrow at 12. And then what we can do is we can just, put our agreement, that we have verbally in writing. And then we will be able to knock that out and we can get that ball rolling so that we can submit some paperwork to title and they can open up a file for us and we can get the additional information, okay? Awesome. Well, I definitely appreciate it, Sharice, and we'll be in touch, okay? I'll give you a call tomorrow at 12. Bye-bye. We'll see how that goes, ladies and gentlemen. I told y'all I'll make the call. The main thing, is to just set that follow-up date. In the meantime, I have another lead that I gotta follow up with. Hope you all enjoyed that call, but that is not the only call that I have to make. Oh. Hey, Kathy? Hello? Can you hear me? I'm not sure if you can hear me, so I'm gonna give you a quick call back, okay? I don't know what's going on. If she's hanging up the phone on me or what the deal is here. I'm gonna send her a text. Hey, Kathy. It's John. I'm gonna try her one more time, man. Well, let's follow up with these leads. This is the lead list. I gotta call a title company. Like this is the real deal, you know. After we you know hop off the morning call, you know, we get right into the work. You know, we're doing a lot of the work here for y'all to see. I also want to take a look at that one property in Cape Coral. Oh, they took it off the market. I want to call and ask, well, what happened? Oh, well, he's probably at work. Let's call. Oh, no, he's not. Let's see if Jen picks up. Hey Jen, I saw that you all had third app listed. Oh, Scott's calling back. Hey Scott. I'm well, how are you? I got a notification, I think it was a little while ago, that the listing was updated. I know you all listed it for a little while, but I saw that it came off the market, so I was just kind of curious to see what happened. Hmm. Wow. So it was looked like it was up there for about 2 weeks or so, 3 weeks. Did you get any offers from anyone? Hmm. They both said the same thing? Hmm. Okay. Were there any like low ball offers from anyone that came through at all? What price points were those coming in at? 365? And was that who was that that wasn't an investor, that was somebody that wanted to potentially live in it, or what was the deal there? Was that at a investor that was looking to buy it, or was it somebody that wanted to live in there? Mm-hmm. Okay. Right. So I think the last time we spoke, uh, your total payoff, I remember you had solar on this one, was how much? This one was 230, or Mm-hmm. So that puts you at 332. Okay, so at an offer for 365, right? Because that was the highest offer that you got, or the lowest offer from that guy. But at a 6% to the agent, and I think you had a agreement with the guy to take a lower rate, but that would leave you with maybe like 3,000 if you didn't split closing costs. So I mean, I'll be honest with you, Scott. I think that 365 offer was probably a realistic one, just kind of looking at just based off of what has actually sold. I know that there's a lot of stuff for sale at a higher price point, but I'm going to be honest with you, the economy and that interest rate being so high is why we are seeing these lower offers across the board. And whether it's this guy that lists it with you, or you decide to hire somebody else to try to relist it, I think the result might be the same. So the situation is, you're still looking for some more money to uh, move, right? You still need to get some money for your down payment and the cost for moving. Okay. And I mean, hmm. So I mean, you were when we first talked, it sounded like you were really excited. You wanted to go out to Tennessee, right? You were heading to Chattanooga, right? Okay. Hmm. Okay. So let me see if we ran some numbers. I mean, the bottom line is, if we were to try to put an owner occupant in it, because that's probably what we'd be able to do. We would want to keep that existing financing in place. You have I believe you have a 4% or 4.6% rate. Is that right? Or oh, that one's the 5.5. Okay. Um, on a 5.5% rate, if we were to sell it for 365 and we got 5% down, that would really give us only about 18,000, to budget for the cost of closing, the cost of marketing, because we're going to get an owner occupant in there, and we'd have to take care of you, to move you to where you're going next, and then there's really no room for profit at that point. If we were to give you 20,000, um, would you consider uh, would you consider taking less if we could maybe structure something where uh, you know there'd be a way we could maybe even get you a couple bucks every month? So you have a 5% rate right now, a 5.5% interest rate. What I'm suggesting is that we actually kick that up to say 6%. So you'd have about a half of a percentage to play with there. And I'm gonna have to run the numbers, but I'm trying to kind of figure out a scenario that would be able to help you because I know that you do want to get out there to Chattanooga, but that would also make sense for the deal, right? Because we've seen the retail route doesn't work. It can't really sell at the price that you need it to cash to an owner occupant, which is the person that's willing to pay you the most for it, while also taking care of that agent and the closing cost. So if there's a way, we might be able to get close to 15,000, but you could also get some sort of monthly income from having sold it this way. Is that something that you'd consider? Hmm. Okay. Um, well, I mean, all money to us aside, it did sound like you were really trying to get out there because there was some sort of opportunity. So that was really kind of the hurdle I was trying to. Well, I mean, I could see it both ways. I would go with whatever option excites you the most. If you're comfortable in Florida and you want to be there, that's where you gotta be. But if you're thinking about going out there, Chattanooga, and you feel like something's waiting for you there, might be a risk willing, a worthwhile risk. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Do you think there'd be a way? Because for I'd love to give you more money if the deal made sense for me to give you more money. And it's not just me who really can't make sense of the numbers to give you more money, but like nobody can if an agent, if selling traditional can't. But would, waiting, saving up some money, and then selling this way, because I think it might be the way to get you the most for it be an option. Then the opportunity's not there. So what do you plan to earn, if you were to go up there? So there's no real incentive to changing where you're at then. right? Because it's not like they're going there for. Okay, well then that's the biggest thing then is, happy wife, happy life. Um, I mean, at that rate, I guess. I mean, does it not make sense then to take a risk, um, to move if you're a few thousand away from it? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Okay. Well, I mean, why don't we revisit this in some time and see what other options we have, because it sounds like it's maybe not something we could do right away, because like I said, I'd love to get you more for it, but I don't think that the deal's gonna allow for it. um, and let's see, if it was a matter. Yeah, I think we should maybe reconvene in a little while, because I just don't think there's really anything I can do right now. But I definitely appreciate you giving me a call back, Scott, and I hope that in the future, we'd be able to work together on something like this. And yeah, I think the only option right now is just to save up and wait to see what the market holds. Alrighty. Well, absolutely. You take care, and I hope they offer you something special up there. Alrighty. Well, don't be a stranger. Feel free to reach out. Take care. Bye bye. No bueno. That was a tough deal, because want to help the guy, but the numbers don't make any sense, and he can't afford to move, essentially. What is this? Looks like we have a link being sent around. But, these are the real calls. This is the real deal. This is what it really looks like to do this business. I got one of the leads sent me a text. They're going to give me a call here in about 30 minutes. Now I look back at the leads. I mark this one. I'm going to call a title company. Make sure they've got everything they need. I feel like I'm running into a lot of them. And I know it's limited, right? It's a limited pool, and I know that I'm like looking for a specific avatar in the way that I'm marketing and that kind of stuff, but like I really do think that there are a lot of people in America right now that are not in a positive financial situation. So, hey Jill, this is John. How are you? Good, good. I just wanted to make sure that everything was good with that Drexel property. I think we spoke about it the other day, but I sent in all of the documents that were asked for, and I was just curious to know if we ever got title back on it. Let's see, Drexel. That was 3632 Drexel Drive in Toledo. Okay. Well, I figured that I'd just reach out to see. But I think I've given everything in terms of paperwork. If there's anything else that I can do, or you need me for anything else, just feel free to shoot me an email. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye. That's the transaction coordination side of the business, right? Staying on top of the deals that you already have under contract. When you put them under contract, it doesn't, like, the game's not over. You have to get them to close, and you'll be surprised. You gotta keep the title companies on board, on top of their shit. I've had deals fall apart because of the title company before it happens, so you gotta be the one to follow up with these people. But in the meantime, I have a couple of other leads that I'm going to be calling. I'm going to be taking a look at some of these on Zillow, seeing what the deal is. That one says it's under contract. I'm going to follow up with this one here, this lady, this agent who has the property listed. Let's see what the deal is. This is that, look, dude, this is literally the mentorship. This is literally the mentorship you're thinking about spending $5K on for free. How many of us are actually in here? Y'all just chilling on the phones, making calls. Hope y'all are making calls. That's what it takes. Let's see here. I'm gonna give this agent a call. See how she's doing. What's the update? Hey Lisa, it's John. How are you? Hello? Hello? Hey, can you hear me? This is John. I was giving you a call about that property you have listed on Live Oak Drive. I know we spoke a little while ago. I was just curious to know if there was any update to it, if the inspection period has maybe passed, or what the deal is. You have a different offer on it? What's that offer? Not as much as the other one? Is the seller gonna walk away with something with that other offer? Okay, because I know that we spoke. I was suggesting that we might be able to do something where we leave the existing financing in place and we take over those payments and see how much we could give to the seller. What is the? I mean, I know that you were kind of waiting because I guess that other guy, you were really confident that he was going to close, right? Okay, did you already accept that other offer? What's the inspection period on that other offer? 5 days. Okay, did they put down any sort of earnest money or anything like that? Because listen, I'm not gonna run you around. I'm gonna really try to help this seller. I just hate for you all to waste more time. Well, I think that there might be some confusion maybe on the way that I explained it. It's really simple. we just leave the existing financing in place and we just take over the payments. So she really doesn't need to worry about anything. She can pretty much just go and move on to wherever it is she'd like to go next. Okay, and so what was the offer that we needed to match to buy it with cash? 140. That's the offer. Okay, I think the last one was 130. Is that right? Okay, well, I'm gonna be on standby. Okay, you said it was 5 days. You already accepted that other offer. Okay. Um. We'll. Okay, I'll give you a call back. Thank you. Bye bye. Wholesalers, man, they want to tie them up. They don't know what they're doing. They can't run the numbers. The deal falls through. Happens time and time again. Yo, guys, I need y'all to blow this up. All right, I'm tired of seeing this. We got 40 people in here. I can't tell you how many DMs I get on a consistent basis of people asking me for help or mentorship in the chat. This is it, man. We're doing it right now. We've been live the whole day. I'm literally showing you how we're making the calls. We've had Matt come on here. He's underwritten a deal for you all. We got to help more people, man. More people need to know about this. More people need to know about REI Rev. I need you all to go on to Instagram and Facebook, or if you got another Discord, something, man, and get some people in here to get this free mentorship, because that's really what it is, man. A lot of people, they're looking to pay $5,000 to somebody to be a part of a dead community. This is the most active and most valuable real estate community in existence, ladies and gentlemen, here at REI Rev. Guys, invite somebody you think would benefit from being in proximity with us. Send them that link, reirev.com or discord.gg/reirev. And if you haven't already, go sign up to the website. We're going to be releasing the marketplace this week. I'm going to get it done by the end of this week. It's going to be huge. You need to go and get signed up, get your account ready now, because if you want to start posting these cash or creative deals, you are going to have an opportunity to get in front of real vetted buyers, ladies and gentlemen. So take advantage of it now. Sign up while you can. I'm going to be giving out some sort of incentive to the first 1,000 people that sign up. So make sure that you're one of them. There's going to be some sort of legacy account. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be incredible. All right, we're going to be chefing it up. We're already the #1 most valuable real estate community in existence. Now we're going to be empowering everybody with the same tools and resources that they need to be successful. I can't even tell you the amount of resources, that we all actively use on a regular basis. I'm going to get it all organized. This is my life's mission, y'all. I'm going to get it all organized, and I'm going to post all of the links for everybody to have access to on that website. So if you need to run rental numbers or have a calculator for comping stuff or have something somewhere, we're going to have that website polished and put together for you all. So let's continue to make some calls. And hey, if there's anybody in the audience that has a lead or something that they want to work on, let's hop on the phone with them. I'd be happy to do that as well. I'm going to give this guy Carlos a call. He called me the other day, but he never got back to me. He had a property he was looking to sell. And let me know in the chat, guys, if you're enjoying these videos, and these live streams, because we really do try to go above and beyond for you all. There's no way that this dude blocked my number. You know how we find out? We have our Google Voice, and then I got my CRM, and I got to turn off the CRM, and I got to turn off the Facebook ads on that other campaign. So I'm going to go turn off those ads. I thought I did it yesterday. Let's see. Let's see here, pages, one active ad, reports. Let's see if there's a way I can turn it off. All right. Let's take a look here. What's the chat saying? We're seeing some fire in the chat. Ethan asks, cool community we've got. Are we entertaining all deal types and structures? Yes. Whether it's innovation, cash, creative, we will do it. My business is literally called Cash or Creative. That is my business. And it boils down to that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have Ready24 saying, thank you for helping us all. First time here. I am learning. I just heard you say on the last call to keep the seller financing or something like that. How you do that? We break it down on the YouTube. We got thousands of hours of content there. Definitely go and check it out. But make sure, ladies and gentlemen, when you are in the chat that you use your real name. Okay, we want people to use their real name. If you don't know how to adjust your nickname on the server, type your real name in the side chat and I will adjust your nickname for you. So Cash or Creative is a separate entity from REI Rev. And so REI Rev, and this is something I'm kind of still thinking about, but REI Rev is like the resource and community, right? It's the information, the resources, and the community. Now, when it comes to this marketplace, right now the idea is to just keep it all on REI Rev, but I do kind of like that name, Cash or Creative. I'm not sure if that would make a good name for an off-market marketplace. But for right now, go and sign up at reirev.com. That is the website to go sign up right now. It's not polished yet. We're going to be updating it by the end of this week. So you'll see, the resources and all that stuff get posted there. But you're going to need to have an account. So make sure that you go and sign up at reirev.com. So let's pull up my CRM here. And I'm going to give this guy Carlos a call from this other phone. And let's see what the deal is. I get a bunch of SMS stuff still coming in. That number, I guess, is shut off because it called and nothing came of it. I'm going to call it one more time. Hey Carlos, are you still looking to sell or have you already found someone to help you? Let me make sure I'm looking at all my texts. Man, that sun feels good, man. That sun feels good. Y'all want to see the view? The view is phenomenal. Love this view. Check out this view, man. We're out here in Chile right now. Got the water over there. Then on the other side, you've got some water. Can't really see it, but it's lit. Strong economy. I'm interested in the real estate out here. Might be learning a thing or two, building up some connections. That's what it boils down to, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's hop back on the phone. You want to run some comps on a lead I'm looking at? I'd like to see what numbers you come up with for ARV and repairs. So I don't run numbers until I've talked to someone and I confirm that they're actually interested in selling. And I get their timeline and they're pre-qualified. If I do all the work up front and they tell me that they're not even interested, on to the next, man. It's a waste of time. I gotta turn off the SMS, bro, because I'm spending all this money on SMS. A lot of people aren't even interested. let's call this one lead that came through. Karim, Bogota. Hey, Karim. This is John Johnson. How are you? I was looking for Miss Bogota. I was giving a text the other day, or earlier today actually, about that property on Lake Bend Place. You said you might be interested in selling it. Yeah, I mean, are you the property owner, or are you looking to sell that property? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, yeah, like I said, my name is John Johnson. We're buying properties in that area, so we were just reaching out. I guess we had the wrong number, but do you know if she's interested in selling? Yo hablo español también. ¿Hablas? ¿Tienes un número para mí? Okay, I won't bother her. If she tells me no, I'd be happy to give her a quick call and speak to her, and we can take it from there. Yeah, we'll buy it as is. And what we've actually been doing, we've been helping sellers that have little to no equity. So I've actually been getting a lot of people reaching out to me recently that have already been on the market and they just haven't gotten offers, that make sense for them. And sometimes we actually even leave the existing financing in place and just take over the payments. And sometimes, we can actually put some money in the seller's pocket at closing, take care of closing costs, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, for me, my business is literally cash or creative, so we will do wraps. But I mean, if it makes more sense, if they're looking for a cash offer, we can do that. It kind of depends on their situation, but does it need work? What type of shape is it in? Do you know? Okay, well, I mean, if it's move-in ready, I mean, there are a couple of options. There might even be an option if she's looking to do a wrap and she has a lower interest rate where, we could play interest rate arbitrage and potentially, if the deal allows for it, put some money in her pocket every month. But I'd be happy to explore, all of her options and, see what makes the most sense if that's, okay with you. Okay, when should we reconnect then? Okay. Well, I'll do that. I'll give you a call. Hopefully, she can reach out to me, or if you'd like, I can just give her a quick call. Okay. Well, then we'll be in touch. I appreciate it. Thank you. You too. Bye bye. She knew what she was talking about. Yeah, she knew what she. Yeah, she knew what she was talking about. I don't know. Maybe she's an agent or something. But I'll add it, as an opportunity to follow up. Sometimes they'll come through, but I only want to talk to decision makers. I don't want to be talking to just anybody. But it's probably going to be an expensive house. And she can't really speak to what the seller would be open to because she's not the seller. I need to brush up on my Spanish though. I've literally just been speaking Portuguese. I'm just calling all these people that said they might consider an offer and see, you know, if they are serious or not. They're asking where the leads coming from. Majority of them are coming from Google. But I have a SMS campaign that's still running. I'm getting out of the SMS space. Personally, I love SMS, bro. Trust me. I've closed over 6 figures from SMS, but I don't want to do SMS anymore. I want to do Google. That's what I want to do. A lot of no's, a lot of people telling me, call their agent, this and that. You know, some of these properties have been sitting for a little while. What the hell is this nonsense I'm looking at in the chat about crypto? Gotta tap in, man. Real estate's the only asset, bro, that matters. To me, at least. Real estate is the asset class, the most important asset class, in my opinion. I've done all the other stuff. I've traded options. I've played with crypto. It's too many variables. Way too much stuff out of your control. It's just gambling. And you know, you might think, oh well, if it's just gambling, how are these people cashing out? It's probably insider trading, probably. But watching these charts, bro, looking for patterns, I don't believe it personally. Joe Banks, I think I called this guy yesterday, yeah. This guy Kevin says he gets Greg Smith. Let's take a look here. Got one that looks like land. And I'm going to be getting to some of these people that have been reaching out. They got leads and stuff. Okay, where's this? This can't be Phoenix. This is Missouri. KC is hot, you know, for some land. Oh, and I gotta call Savion's guy. Let me call him right now. Then I got an email. I believe his name was Shane. Let's see. Hold up. I think this is it. I told Sagan I'll call this guy. No answer. Hey Shane, it's John. Were you still looking? Were you still looking to sell Brooklyn Ave? Putting this guy on no contact. This Angela woman's going on follow up. I'm gonna try giving Kathy a call from a different number. No answer. We'll give them a call. They said they had today off and tomorrow off, so we'll be following up with them. But I called off 2 different numbers, so we'll see. We will see. Kevin. I don't know how serious that guy is, man. I'm getting tired of following up with that guy. This guy Daryl, I'm putting him in a cold lead because he told me he was gonna list with an agent today. Let me call this guy Kevin. This other Kevin. And we gotta see, what the deal is. just called the wrong person. What was that lady? I was trying to reach Kevin. Kevin asked, can I call back later? Yeah, no worries. Let's see here. Let's watch the ads. What are the ads doing right now? How much have we spent for the day? How many clicks have we gotten? 3 clicks. Total of $55 has been spent today, ladies and gentlemen. I think I want to increase the demographic for where I am marketing. I'm marketing in a few states right now. I want to pick it up a little bit. I think I want to market a little bit more broadly. John asks, is the food in Chile noticeably healthier than the United States? I think, honestly, any country has healthier food than the United States. The United States food is not very good. I do not like the food there. You go outside the US, man, and you taste food, you'd be surprised. I don't like Argentina's, I don't like Argentina too much anymore. You know, that was the first country that I went to. They have 2 really good things in Argentina. They have A1 steak and incredible ice cream. But beyond that, bro, it's not healthy at all. Very greasy cuisine. A lot of oil. Let's see what else we got. Close out all these tabs. What else? Let me see about SMS3. If there are anybody hopping up. Yes, we are open to sell. They're asking 5.5 million. Let's pull up the address. It's in DC. Let's call this guy William. Says he gets so many, he just ignores the calls. Why don't I also take a look at some of the other deals? Will, this is John. How are you? I sent a text to you the other day about a property on 4th Street here in Southeast, and I just want to know if you were considering selling it. Okay, so you're not looking to sell it? He said yes, and then he tells me he doesn't want to be harassed. Okay. Oh wow, the call was recorded and it was put right there. Is it all of them do that? All of them do that now. Would you look at that, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, that's about it. What else do we have on the lead list? Oh, let me call that agent Chip back. Chip. Hey Chip, were you able to see that attorney in fact I sent over yesterday? And I gotta call the seller back for this one because I sent out an agent and they just absolutely ghosted me. I don't know what else to do besides just cancel the deal because I mean if they don't want to list it, they don't want to list it. I will try calling off of a different number before I make that call. Hmm. Agent responded, yes, they did get the attorney in fact. Wonderful. Could you send me over a listing agreement? I want to take a look real quick at the keywords as is in this area one more time, just to see if he said, yes, sir, Linda is working on that this afternoon. Perfect. Cool, cool, cool. This one sold, I guess, to an investor. Let's see. I'm going to pull it up on PropStream. Guys, there's so many ways to find cash buyers. This is one of them, just by looking on PropStream and going on Zillow. And on Zillow, under the More section, you can add keywords to search by. Make sure you're looking at sold data and then type in as is under those keywords and you'll find a lot of properties that were probably beat up and bought by investors. So I'm going to reach out See, this one looks like it may have been an owner occupant. There are no linked properties, so don't know if this one's gonna make sense. Mailing address, nope. This one just sold for 61,000. Some trust. But I'm not seeing any linked properties. Looks like they buy it for cash. But it's not like a fixer. Let's see. As is. Fix. Fix and flip is also another term. Looking at one that sold for 40. Ooh, this one could be right up our alley. Listed by. Okay, I'm gonna look this one up. Oh, dropped members. I guess they got dropped. Let's see here, Tara. Keller Williams. I don't like that LinkedIn makes you sign up to get contact info. I understand why they do it. For some reason, I just don't have access to get an account. I don't remember why. Join now, sign in. But it's pretty simple. I think I had an account, but I was locked out of it at one point. Let's just Google this and see if she'll pop up. Realty Roof. I'm assuming this is her. Where is the contact info? Yeah, dude, she's listed some gross houses. This is exactly the type of agent that I need in my back pocket. This other guy hasn't sent out the listing agreement yet, so we'll see. Someone's calling. It's that lady. Hey, Tori. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I appreciate you giving me a call. I was actually just reaching out about that sell request that I got for the property you've got in Lighton, in Dale on Lighton Lane. Okay. Can you catch me up to speed? What's got you in the market to sell? Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Okay. now you have a tiny house that sits on land. Are you looking to sell the tiny house with the land? What are you looking to accomplish? Okay. So we're typically looking to buy property. When it comes to like mobile homes and tiny homes, that kind of stuff, it can get really tedious in moving those from place to place. So, the value that we can really offer you for it is very low because of the amount of risk in moving that kind of stuff. Did you have an idea for what you were looking to walk away with? It's possible that we could buy the house, but um, honestly, I don't even know if it's going to be something that we'd want to buy because we're typically looking to buy homes that come with the land that they sit on. Yeah. But I've got a lot of people in my contact list, and I can reach out and see if there's anybody that would be interested in buying a tiny home. So if somebody gets back to me, I can get back to you. Okay. Well, I definitely appreciate you reaching out, and best of luck, and congratulations on your growing family. Absolutely. You take care. Bye bye. Yeah, man. I don't know if anybody in here does the mobile home game, tiny home game. I've never done any mobile home deals. Nah. So, I mean, there's probably some money to be made. I just don't have a strategy for it, to be honest. Maybe like throw it on marketplace. Yeah. Let's see here. Get my phone charged up. Let's see. I gotta talk to. Alright, I gotta send a message to Jason. Fred. Let's give Fred a call. How's it going, man? Good. I've been good. I've been just calling the people coming through, and I was following up with Chris, a while back before she sent that text message because I had a feeling they wouldn't be able to perform, and come to find out, she's coming back around. Did you see somebody, I guess, listed somewhere for 305? What was the deal? Hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think this definitely does change the game in terms of what the property's worth. So I think we probably have to ask her to work with us on the price now because um, she went the other route. I try to get her closer to 125. Oh, you gotta hop off. Okay. Well, well, okay. I appreciate you. Thank you. Take care, Fred. Bye bye. Keeping the ball rolling, man. Sellers coming back around. It's following up. You gotta follow up with people. Stay on top of things. This is the day. This is what it looks like, y'all. Making phone call after phone call after phone call. Talking to title companies, making sure they're not dropping the ball. Making sure that everybody's on the same page. Making sure that the sellers are still in the deal. Like following up with people, seeing people that are reaching out that aren't even leads. All this stuff is a part of the game. You gotta ask yourself, is this what you want to do? I'm gonna put this one on cold. I don't think that one's dead yet. Da, 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 da. Um, yeah, I mean, I gotta probably give that one seller an update because the agent, they just ghosted me, bro. And then I followed up with the broker, and the broker was mad at me saying like, "Oh well, how much work are you actually even really doing before we send an agent out there? I mean, the houses that we went to see were in terrible condition." I'm like, I sent your agents the pictures before they even went out there, so clearly, it's not on me. I got the pictures from the seller. The seller just straight lied. So I offered, hey, let me make it up to him. I'll get him a Starbucks gift card or something. But that's one of the downsides of, or what I don't call it a downside. It's one of the realities of wholesaling virtually. Stuff like that happens. Check up on wifey. Do the bang. Just about time for hot chocolate, man. It's nice and sunny out today. Sun feels good. Let me follow with Chris and see where she's at. This is another seller, and it's like this every day, bro. Just do this every day. So for people that are curious, well, should I do wholesale? Do you like what you see? I'll talk about PPL right after this call. Hey Chris, this is John Johnson. How are you? I'm good. I wanted to touch base with you. I got your text the other day, and I recently spoke with Fred. So I just kind of wanted to see what was going on with the house, because I know we spoke briefly the other day, and you were telling me that that you gave them some extra time on their inspection. But what's the deal? Are they going to go ahead and buy it and move forward? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, we've been there. We've been there. We. Has anything changed since then? Yeah, and it's not your fault, Chris. It's what we're seeing right now, just across the board, is just because interest rates are so high. Whether it's listed with an agent, and the house is in spectacular shape, or it's an investor making an offer. Everybody's just they have to have a lower price, to hedge against that higher interest rate. And so we're just seeing offers across the board, even on some of our completed projects, are just significantly lower than what we intended to sell them for. And so our offers are now really reflecting that. Okay. We're interested. I mean, I'm gonna have to see, because this was a while ago, and if I give you an offer, I want to make sure that I'm not going to be wasting your time. Like we said, we wanted a little bit more time to close because of an inspection, and making sure, because it is a larger house. The one that Fred had listed, I believe, sat a while longer than we anticipated. So that's kind of given us an idea of what the market's doing in that specific neighborhood, and that helps us a lot because we have actual an actual idea, because we already have a property that was listed. So I'll be honest, we're gonna have to take a look again, and come up with an offer if it is something you want to explore. But like I said, if we're gonna give you an offer, it might not be the highest offer, but as you can kind of see, but these offers that are coming in high, they're not getting closed. Okay. I'm here. Can you hear me? Okay, well, let's follow up on Thursday. I'm hoping that it goes well and that they can close it at that price. But if they can't, let's really get this closed, and let's work at a price that's really going to make sense. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye. Following up, staying on top of these people, man. So James asked, well, what do I think about pay per lead? So I'm going to tell you all this because I've spent thousands of dollars paying for leads. I don't see it makes sense, to pay for leads. Like, me personally, like, I've had a lot of people even reach out and want to do like partnerships and affiliate stuff. And you guys know I don't ever affiliate with anything I don't personally use or can really stand behind, because I just don't believe in it. Um, these pay per lead sites, they might have some quality leads, they are inbound leads, but you're going to be having the same conversations regardless if you pay 130 bucks per lead, which is a roughly what I'm paying per lead right now, or $400 to $500 to $600 a lead, which is what I've paid. I've paid $600 a lead for a lead to get on the phone with somebody that was really just looking for a companion to talk to on the phone, and having spent 600 bucks on that conversation, there are benefits in starting your own campaign. You have to understand though, it is not something that you're just gonna start, spend a few $100 and get a lead that's gonna turn into a deal. Like it is very much a 90-day plus play, 60 to 90 days. And you're not gonna really start generating those actually further qualified leads until probably 60 days in. That's when I've personally started to see the cost per lead go down and the cost per click go down. And the quality of lead go up. So there's a period of which when you're spending money on these platforms like Google and Facebook, your account is in a learning phase. And this is when you are spending money and trying to find and pinpoint that like ideal seller, and that costs money. And that's a risk you got to be willing to take. And like Matt was saying earlier, you cannot turn it off. You can't pause it and then come back to it at a later time and think that, oh well, it's just gonna work and I'm gonna get somebody. You've got to have the right system in place. So I personally don't spend any money on pay-per-lead platforms anymore. I'm actually going to close out an account that I had a few $100 in for one of them. And I've never gotten up here and publicly endorsed, any sort of pay-per-lead platform. But I do have a company that I'm working with right now that is handling my ads. And I do really like the experience. I'm waiting for something to close to say, hey, this is a direct result from that campaign before I talk about it too much in detail. But I'm just enjoying the pay-per-click experience more. I enjoy the conversation more. The people that call in genuinely need my help in some way, versus me soliciting business via text or cold call. I'm kind of over that. So yeah, I did pay someone to handle my campaigns, and we got a new lead come in right now. Let's give them a call. And that's literally what happens. I'll sit here, I'll go through all my different lead sources, whether that's somebody sending me a deal, or I'll get a lead come in on Google, or I'll sometimes scrape the SMS CRM that I have been using in the past. But I'll be following up with people and just doing what I do. We got Mr. Steele giving us a call. We're gonna get on the phone with Alan. Canesville Road. Hey Alan, this is John with Capture Creative. How are you? Can't complain. I just got this request to sell for a property on McCanesville Road. McLeansville Road. Okay. And is that in Bel Air? Okay, perfect. Mhm. 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 Gotcha. Okay. So you said they're. Mhm. Mhm. hear you. Um, I did go ahead and punch it in. I see that it's been listed for a little while. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'm taking a look at those right now. Gotcha. Well, yeah, I mean, I like that it's sitting on 4 acres. That's a nice amount of space. You got the extra garage, the 8 car garage going for you. I guess somebody was fixing up cars there at one point. What? Mm-hmm. Okay. What's been the feedback so far? Because I mean, you've already listed it, so you've probably gotten some sort of feedback from people. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Sure. Sure. Okay. Well, it sounds like the number one bottleneck may have been that agent. Would you consider hiring somebody else, or where are you at in the process right now? Okay. Uh, okay. I mean, are you willing to accept a cash offer, knowing that we're gonna need to buy it at a significant discount for it to make sense? Okay. Okay. Okay, and I'm not saying that $25,000 is my offer, but did anybody else offer you $25,000? Mm-hmm. Okay. Sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I hear you. And that offer, they offered you 25. That wouldn't be a net offer to you, right? You'd have to take care of the agent and okay. Okay. Oh, okay. So you called somebody before you called me and they told you 25? Mm-hmm. Right. I understand. Would you give me 1 second? Sim, vida. Amor, eu estou aqui numa chamada.
Agora,
Ok?
eu tô saindo do mercado agora.
Vida, eu estou em uma chamada agora, tá?
Mas eu vou precisar da sua ajuda.
Daqui quantos minutos vai chegar?
Ó, o Uber tá a 2 minutos.
2 minutos
2 Uber.
de onde você está?
No mercado no líder.
Tá bom, vida. Me dá 5 minutos. Eu te amo.
Tá bom. Tá bom, então. 5 minutos.
Hum. Okay. Right. I got you. Well, let's explore this option, okay, Alan? Because look, um, I'm gonna need to run. My wife's coming home with some groceries here in a second. I gotta help her bring some stuff in. But if you're already talking to people, right, and I'm just putting some stuff out there, you're already talking to people, and you've been offered two things, right? They're offering you 25,000 cash, and then they're offering you the concierge service, which is ultimately the same experience that you've already had listing it with an agent on the market, right? So those are both out of the question. Do you own the property free and clear? Would you consider financing it? So let's put you in a position. Say, I understand you're not willing to accept $25,000 cash. Maybe that's what the market's telling you they'll pay for it, and that could be because of high interest rates, and you just got to be able to buy it at such a low price that give you enough room to play with to actually make the repairs and make a profit at the end of the day. But what if you were to consider two options? Number one is either raising the rents with these tenants, but it sounds like you just want to be stress free. You don't want to deal with this property at all, right? You don't want anything to do with it anymore. Okay, so then the other option is, would you consider financing it if we could get you more, but we made monthly payments to you over time, or do you need access to that money right now? Is this a situation where you want peace of mind? How much money do you need access to right now? If you can't get all of that money, what would be enough? Okay, so you're trying to get a down payment. Um, I think it might be 3.5% down, but I don't know if they're offering that. Okay, that's incredible. Right, right. I gotcha. So let's do this, Alan. Okay. Right. 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 Well, let's do this, Alan, because I've got to run. I got to go help my wife. Let me give you a call back. You have we be around about 10, 15 minutes. I'd like to continue our conversation. Okay, because I definitely will. I think there might be something we could work out together, but I appreciate, that you're a realistic guy and we can have a transparent conversation. So let me give you a call back here in about 10, 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got to run. I'll be back. Listen, man, this is how you build a rapport with the sellers, man. You be straight up, straightforward. I got to run. Got to get the groceries, you know what I'm saying? Got our responsibilities here. So I'll catch you all. Love y'all. Have a great rest of your day. You'll probably see me come back if I make that call.